We're doing this. We're finishing this game today. Let's do it. 2 quests, 2 TFOs. We're doing both TFOs after this quest, by the way, if anybody wants to join for that.
Welcome to the Jarrett system and its Iconian gateway.
Marke?
Yes. The Aetherians requested my assistance on this operation, considering my experiences of late. I suspect you are here for similar reasons, my friend.
Yeah, what's wrong with your mic?
I'm coordinating the efforts to modify the gateway with our Aetherian counterpart. If successful, the gateway will function as a trans-dimensional conduit we can use to conduct our mission. We would appreciate your assistance in this endeavor.
I just want to be clear about this. We're cutting off our pipeline to the Delta Quadrant, which we use regularly, by the way, in order to turn it into a multiversal thing. We're also screwing with Iconian tech. I remind you, the Iconians are still out there.
I wonder, did the Iconians ever do what we're about to do?
Right. Hang on.
There's a signal coming through the gateway. Audio only in Iconian.
So, speak of the devil, and rarely do I mean that as literally.
Of the Iconian Alliance. Our biosphere is under attack by Borg forces. We request immediate assistance. I repeat, this is the...
So it sounds like the Borg incursion on the other side has escalated.
Indeed it does. Our orders were to assess the situation in that dimension. I believe the time has come to do just that.
Are we seriously just gonna... have we seriously just become the multiversal police? Is that where we're going with this?
Unfortunately, there is a problem.
Okay.
Once activated, the trans-dimensional conduit must remain open to serve as an anchor. Any space-worthy vessel will be able to use it, friend or foe.
Oh, that's great.
A single vessel should remain on station here to monitor the gateway and, if necessary, close it to prevent it from being used by hostile forces. Under the circumstances, I feel the Rescava is the best choice for this duty. I would like to speak with you personally on this matter. Please beam to the Rescava when convenient.
Sorry, my wife wants to have a private chat with me here.
Thank you for coming. I know it was a strange request, but I wanted to say this in person.
What's
My
up?
recent encounters with the Borg have taken their toll, I'm afraid.
Good.
Should we go into battle with Borg forces, I may not be a reliable ally. Therefore, I shall remain here on Overwatch. I realize the impact this could have on the mission, and I hope you understand.
Actually, yeah, that's surprisingly good. And consequence.
Variant Commander is requesting permission to beam aboard.
I like consequences.
Mission granted.
It also makes sense. We nearly assimilated her, if you remember.
Cordial greetings. I am Leader Grendat Bex of the Starship Unity. I look forward to working with officers of your caliber.
Thank you. Though I will not be joining the two of you.
I understand, Admiral. Having a vessel on station to guard the gateway is logical. I have the utmost confidence in this group. After all, through harmony, we are secure.
Yeah.
And through unity, we are strong.
Quite so, Admiral.
Then I won't keep you any longer. Safe journey to all. Energize.
I was going to say, we have arguably been through worse than what we just went through. And we didn't have any PTSD from that because we're the PC. But we probably should have, yeah.
Enter the gateway. when you are ready.
I know you hate trauma, Blade Jamal, but for real, we've been through worse. What the Romulans did to us, ugh. We should probably also be a paranoiac at this point, because, you know, the Undine are shapeshifters.
Unidentified vessel. I am Magistrate Valar of the Iconian Alliance. Declare your allegiance.
I'm Admiral, Merlin, I think is his character name, of the United Federation of Planets.
Federation? You speak of an entity that no longer exists. Explain yourself at once.
Here's the summary. We're from another dimension and we're here to help.
Very well. I shall take you at your word. Should you betray us, the price will be most severe.
So when you say no longer exists...
We have work to do.
Yeah, these are labeled unidentified Borg vessels. I think you're actually right, Blade Jamal. I think something's going on here. At first I thought it was just a graphics glitch, but...
These are not Borg kingdom vessels. Nor are they untold.
Oh my god.
Mayday! Mayday! Immediate assistance! Mayday!
Damn it, Salataf. Stay in your game. It's okay. I did take a drink. One drink. What more?
We're reading enemy ground forces below. This is a full-scale invasion.
Thanks for the assistance. We don't see too many Starfleet vessels out there. Glad you can join us. Every Alliance ship in range is coming here at maximum warp. We just need to hold the line until the cavalry arrive.
Hold the line. It's okay. It's in space. I don't mind space hold the line missions. It's a little wobbly, Ben, when I...
On behalf of the Iconian Alliance, I thank you for your timely assistance against what appears to be a common enemy. I wish to meet with you to discuss further cooperation.
I graciously accept.
Then it is agreed. Go to the following coordinates and transport to my position.
Look forward to meeting you. After all, we did eventually make peace with the Iconians, all except for one. And I'm sure she's busy. Oh, we're bringing our combat team. That's not a good sign.
Combat with Borg forces will be inevitable. Since we have not worked together before, you should be aware of my capabilities in battle.
Can you open a portal to the sun? Sounds like a no. Interesting. That's... Huh. So they give us unique command card abilities for this mission.
Greetings. I am Valar. With me is Security Commander Bertrand. Welcome to the last bastion of the Iconian Alliance.
Thank you. How can we assist?
The enemy is assaulting that which is most precious to us, our world heart. We ask you to fight at our side to protect it from the invaders.
We have done that before. Also, I'm not complaining. This is actually kind of smart asset reuse. But you can really start to feel the budget when everywhere we've been so far here, and in the previous mission actually, was reused assets, places we've already been to.
Then let your forces join ours in alliance. Together,
Actually,
we shall find victory.
all the quests in this chain are like that too. We went back to the Nakul, which is different, or which is different. It's not different, excuse me. And then we were on board the Borg ship, which is the same Borg models we've already had, except it was tinted red. With Starbase 1, that's been around for forever. Yeah, no, like we're. This is interesting.
This way.
Again, not complaining. It makes sense. Studio on fire, yada yada yada. Oh yeah, Tholian ship, which we've also already done.
Are in danger.
Quick, we must rescue them.
Yeah, this so far the only. What the hell are those?
These boards seem to be the magnetized matter. Extreme heat.
These are gray goo Borg. No, seriously, they're gray goo Borg. They're just glops of nanomachines.
The enemy has never made it this far before. I am greatly concerned.
Borg are quite tenacious foes. It will take a lot to defeat them.
Anyways, oh god, what?
These Borg are quite unlike any others I have encountered. It seems most of their cybernetic enhancements are internal, some at microscopic levels.
Please don't remind me that control exists. I didn't like that story arc.
Drones in league with an artificial intelligence? Perhaps these Borg do not have a queen or a king. That could work to our advantage.
Actually, a king or a queen is specifically one of the biggest weak points of the Borg. So, you know, these are probably stronger than the typical kind. Anyways. But yeah, sorry, to finish my thought, we saw a bunch of new stuff in the Terran Empire thing, because they had to recreate all of the Star Trek The Motion Picture assets in the game. All of this has been reused assets so far. I'm actually curious if we'll see anything new. Not counting the new race and the new race's ships, of which we've seen 2 and 2 respectively. Oh, that's true. You're right. The tentacle goop is new. Sorry, I'm not being clear with my terminology. I apologize. When it comes to development, making a new model that runs around and attacks you is actually extremely easy to do, relatively speaking. Because most of that stuff's already done for you. Most of the movement tech and how it does abilities and all that kind of stuff, that's easy to do, right? The main thing is getting it together and animating it. So, this is, what I'm trying to say is, from a management's perspective, it makes sense to have more sprites, but not change the backdrops. Because all these backdrops in these missions have been rehashes, which makes sense, because making that little tentacle thing versus making this entire area, like this screen in the background here, probably took a couple of months to put together. Maybe not quite that long, depends on how many people are working on it, but you get my point, right? By contrast, that tentacle thing, that's like a couple of days. That too, played Jabal.
Do not remain stationary for long. Leave you open to enemy attack.
Let's try out this net-out cloud, shall we? There we go. So here's our nanite cloud. That's about what I was expecting that to look like.
So much has been lost. so many lives destroyed.
The Concordium was decimated by Borg for many cycles. We know the price of freedom too well.
That's a short cooldown, too. Yikes.
Be mindful of the enemy tendrils. They are deceptively agile.
Good afternoon, Spartan. I would say this is smart reuse.
The world heart is not far now.
Whether it works or not, it hasn't bothered me so far, so I'd say at that level at the very least it has. It'll be curious if we do see any new brickwork over the course of this run. They've got 2 quests and 2 TFOs to do it. And they've already flat out said we're going to other dimensions, which is a prime example of how you make it so that you just see the same stuff over and over.
Continue inside and speak with Lemirin.
The world heart, at last. Incredible.
It's a bit different than the last time I saw it. Of course, I saw a different one, so that makes sense. Hello, Lemirin.
I am Matriarch Lemirin of Iconia. Magistrate Villar has informed me of your arrival and your extra-dimensional origins. It seems you have traveled a great distance to risk your lives for our cause. For that, I am grateful.
Yeah, no, hang on. Could you turn down, like, your background crap a little bit, please? Oh, it's already turned down. Let's turn that down a bunch. Turn that down even more.
I am... The enemy strives to seize control of the world heart. I have held their efforts at bay for some time, but I fear they are gaining ground with each passing moment.
How can we assist?
Use the nearby console to join me in the defense effort. Perhaps together we can repel the enemy and secure the world heart once and for all.
Also, should I go ahead and bother to mention that the defense force we send to another dimension to serve as interdimensional police against interdimensional Borg is 2 ships?
I will assist at this console.
Granted, one of them is us, but still.
A superior effort. Together, we have repulsed the latest intrusion efforts of the enemy. The world heart is safe for now. But there is more to be done on this day.
Okay.
Lead engineer Corinne is under siege nearby. She is attempting to translocate reinforcements to her position, but the enemy has disrupted her efforts.
Records.
Coordinates transmitted. Go now. May your efforts be successful and true.
No, I'm pretty sure the Unity's here, Flagant.
The World Heart appears to be both a database and a power source. The Iconians must rely on it heavily.
Don't get any ideas, please?
Not let the Borg take control of it.
We fought an entire story arc across most of this game because they lost their last World Heart. Let's not lose another one, okay? Well, if I actually pulled out all the stops, Blade Devel, I could probably wipe out the entire Federation fleet. The whole thing. Like, most of what you see me doing is me just kind of chilling. Not really trying. If I get sweaty, I can do some stupid stuff in this game. And once again, I'm not hyper-optimized. Bar goes up for me.
Enemy forces are ahead. Prepare for combat.
What's funny is, even in lore, we really do have just the most Borg ship ever. No, really. We have bits and pieces of tech from every major race we've encountered as part of our ships. We are kind of doing the same thing the Borg do. I'll take a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Nice ground assimilation going on here. That's cool, that's cool. I don't right now, Flygon, but I do have the Borg Vanity Shield. Actually, yeah, plates of all. Stand over here. Hey. Look, cultural victory is best victory, I'm just saying.
Borg vessel incoming!
They've given in to the darkness. And we're dead.
Sela, Enterprise. We picked you up on sensors. Thought you could use a hand.
It was my understanding that the cavalry arrived on horseback, Captain.
It's the 25th century, friend. We've upgraded. Right. The Iconians are in trouble. How can we help?
So, what? Sela, alternate Sela, is... okay.
This has been a day of surprises. The last time I saw you, your vessel was burning near the wormhole at the Battle of Bajor. How did you manage to survive?
Burning near the wormhole at the Battle of Bajor. So apparently there is an us, an us from this dimension. We're not from around here.
Ah, I see. That would explain a few things, such as the unusual looks you've been giving me since I arrived. I take it the Sela you know is different than the one standing before you now.
A little bit.
We'll have time to compare dimensions later. Right now, the World Heart needs protection. The Control Borg are doing everything in their power to steal it from the Iconians.
Please stop reminding me of Control.
Sounds like you have some experience dealing with them. Good. We need every officer with that kind of experience we can get. Look, we've been fighting those Veriliers since the mid-23rd century, and we're losing badly. The Iconian Alliance is all that's left now. The rest of the galactic powers have been conquered and assimilated. If we go down, there'll be no one to stop them from assimilating the entire universe.
Okay. So your whole galaxy is screwed. And they sent me.
Let's hope it's enough. Keeping the World Heart out of their hands is priority 1. Understood?
Yeah, I got that.
Please return to me. I need your help badly.
This is Captain Sela. We're on our way, Matriarch.
That's right. I'm Monty Gaslow. I build things.
A lot of board.
We must dispatch these Borg quickly. The Matriarch needs our help.
Goodbye. This is funny. I'm even deadlier than I was before. So I open a portal to the sun. I knock them over with the earthquake. I freeze them with the freezing ray. And then I spawn the nanite cloud and stand on them as they're on the ground. And they just kind of die. I have somehow actually become more overpowered than I already was. Also, yeah, this is... Okay, real talk for a second. This is one of the reasons why both time travel and multiverses probably shouldn't be introduced to a setting. There's an old saying, when you have infinite, the odds of everything go to 100%. Like, that's a very new saying, but it's still true. And that's the problem. Like, inevitably, some other universe somewhere is going to have a version of something that's going to push, and then it's going to discover the multiverse, and then it's going to spread, and then we're all screwed, right? The very existence of the multiverse in Star Trek pretty much guarantees that the Star Trek setting is screwed, because at some point, somewhere, somehow, someone is going to go ahead and push, and they're not going to be stoppable, just like we're already seeing with the Borg in this very story arc. Sorry. It's a small irritation, but it's one of the big reasons why I tend to not like multiverse stories. If there's a story which has more than one dimension, that's not really a multiverse story. Like, the mirror universe and the main universe sitting side by side is stupid, but that's for unrelated reasons. That's fine. 2 simultaneous dimensions, it's actually 3, because the Kelvinverse. That's fine. Infinite? We have a problem. Pretty sure, Kennex Cow. Pretty sure. Don't worry, I can't be God. I have a starship.
I will defend the entrance. Please assist the matriarch inside.
Damn! The World Heart's been compromised!
By
We're
what?
in trouble.
You've returned, and not a moment too soon.
Look, how can I help?
I do. The enemy is attempting to breach the World Heart's defenses once again. Help me stop them.
Okay.
I'll do what I can from this console.
To quote the Doctor, I am not a god. I am not a god. So, Warrior Light, do me a favor, just go over there. No.
They are adapting. With each attempt, they get closer to overwhelming our defenses. Something must be done.
Like what?
Defender Taket is leading a counteroffensive nearby, but she has been injured in battle. If you are willing, I would have you reinforce her position and repulse the enemy forces there.
If I know the Board Queen, and I do, we're in for the fight of our lives.
Oh, so we have a queen in this setting.
They're relentless, but they aren't invincible. We can still win this.
Didn't you just finish telling me your entire galaxy is already screwed, and we're currently at a last-ditch situation?
But even they might fall to the Borg.
Like, we're in a freaking Dyson sphere that's being overrun by Borg. Nanite Borg, sorry. Grey Goo Borg. Yeah, and the Dyson sphere is the last bastion. Like,
Over here!
yeah, you always wondered what would happen if the Borg stopped, you know, namby-pambying around and actually started conquering. I think we're looking at that right now. Spoilers, they'd win.
They told us you were coming. I did not think you would make it. I apologize for doubting you,
It's
friends.
fine. Is your friend able to travel?
Not at the moment. Give me more time and I can get her back on her feet again. It will take more than the Borg can muster to kill Tiket of Iconia.
So, as a reminder, Tiket is the Iconian who's still out there, who still has a grudge against us. And she's, I don't want to call her evil, but she's the evil Iconian.
I sense more of the enemy approaching.
Or is it he?
Please
That doesn't
protect
matter.
us while I restore Tiket to battle readiness. They are coming.
Hold the line.
Protect us.
Enthusiastic when it comes to murder. Good way to put that.
Incoming! Be ready to remodulate your weapon!
It's fine. It's fine. You're worrying over nothing. I noticed they're using a similar tactic that they did with the Herc with these guys. Lots and lots and lots of swarmer enemies. So we're in an alternate dimension that's being completely overrun by alternate Borg. These Borg are a gray goo Borg. Bunch of nanites roaming around. Which is also a relatively cheap and easy way to vary up the Borg. So I'll give them smart credit on that one, too. Like, they wanted the Borg to look different, but making new models is expensive and time-consuming, so gray goo. Once again, this actually works pretty well. You see those black glops of Gluck? Yeah, that's, this is, I mean, you have plenty of pores. All it has to do is engulf you, Narset. You get right in through your skin if it wanted to. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm gonna start hitting some buttons here. Nope, nope, too slow. Okay, let's pop some real buttons now, 'cause holy crap, I'm getting swarmed. Look at this! Okay, okay. Unfortunately for you, most of my best abilities are all AoEs. So swarming me was probably not the right tactic. Oh, jeez, there's more. There's more. There's more.
We can do this.
Sela? Darling? We're all about to die. I hope you know that. Yeah, that too. They can just digest them on the spot. No, actually, unironically, the nanite idea makes a perfect amount of sense to me. It's probably a lot more efficient than what the Borg actually do. And we're dead. Oh, hang on, hang on. Yeah, we're back up. Oh my god. Okay. Cat, you doing alright there?
You fight well. I am honored to meet you. I am Defender Tiket.
Hi, I'm nobody important.
I sense more enemy forces approaching the World Heart Chamber. Will you join me in battle?
Yeah.
This pleases me. Come, let us dispatch these abominations at once.
I really don't remember Taket's gender. I guess it doesn't matter. They were always kind of the, stabby type of Iconian. See, you made the critical error of actually being in a group. Never bundle up when you're fighting me. Okay.
We'll cover this entrance.
I'd offer you a quick assimilation, but I know you'd refuse it.
What?
You know me too well. Mother.
Oh my god.
Still a lackey of the Federation, I see. Tragic. And you? You're the perfect Borg. All you do is take, loot and pillage, system after system. The Queen of Thieves. And your reign ends here. And yet, foolish daughter, I remain. Long live the Queen. It's not working. She's blocking our fire.
Yeah.
Feel that? Gnawing at your very core. That's the realization of futility in resistance.
Do it! Now!
Not so futile after all, Mother.
Please tell me you didn't just destroy the World Heart.
You delayed the inevitable. Nothing more. Ultimately, struggle is pointless. Goodbye, daughter.
Hey. What? Okay. Well, the Iconians are gonna go kill another galaxy. That's the second World Heart we've lost, although this time it was actually destroyed. Last time it just took a little bit of a trip.
I had no choice. I couldn't allow the Borg to assimilate the World Heart. Destruction was the only option.
Okay. I feel like the Iconians might not agree with you on that.
The enemy was about to take the World Heart. You were in the right, Captain. Though the loss is devastating, we will fight to our last breath to stop the Borg. So vows Taket of Iconia.
Cool. So your galaxy's already dead, your last bastion is this stupid Dyson sphere, and we just lost the World Heart. Which means your civilization has basically just ended.
There's still a Borg fleet to deal with. As long as that's the case, they can keep sending drones here until their victory is inevitable. We need to get back to our ships, now.
There's jamming. We can't beam up.
We'll have to evac by shuttle. I'll have Enterprise send one down to a suitable landing zone nearby.
Wait, shuttles exist in this setting? Why didn't anybody tell me about this? Hang on, I need to look something up really quick. Oh man, the new wiki has such a better layout. That's right, Taket is a she. I thought so. Okay, sorry. Moving on. Ugh, fandom is garbage. Fresh reminder. Also, where did you get that staff? Don't worry about it.
There. That platform will make a good landing site for a shuttle.
Alright, we'll just jump. Whee! No, jeez, look at that map. Look at that garbage. So for those who don't know, the mini-maps in this game are just screenshots from above. So that really is just what this area looks like. Not as helpful as it could be. This is a weird mission so far. It's like, alright, we need to go check out some of the other nearby galaxies. Okay, we found one that's already in a doomsday, no-win scenario apocalypse. Go help them. Oh, gully dokily. Is that today's? Participate in a PvP match. Wow. Yeah, seriously, we need to just activate the galactic implosion device and peace out. We have enough room in our galaxy, I swear. And there's not that much of you, so for once, we really can evacuate you. Do it, Von Falkenstein. Do it. Yeah, I think we can manage this.
We're almost there. Head up that ramp.
Not a lot of people to evacuate this time. For once. It's not like Earth earlier. No. This, don't mind me. Give me a big hug. Big hug. There you go. Why is there no non-combat music? Oh, there is. I just turned it. I turned it way down. Apparently, need to turn it back up. I couldn't hear the frickin' voice acting under it earlier. What are we doing? Sitting off a flare? Oh my god. Yeah, I noticed some of them just aren't active, and I probably shouldn't poke the hornet's nest on that.
That beast seems stronger than the rest. Battle wisely.
Oh goody, a nanite mound. That's exactly what I wanted in my day.
The shuttle's almost here.
Can you tell it to hurry up a little bit, please? Just a little. We're sort of, you know, like this is an end of the world situation, in probably the most literal way that we've seen in recent memory. So if y'all could hurry up, that would be great. Just a little bit of hurrying up. That's all I'm asking. God, it's got an AoE knockback. You'll notice this is once again a repeat enemy. This is the founder enemy type. I just noticed that. Oh god, there's another mount. Oh my god. Oh my god, die! Die! now? Please.
Word
Oh,
is
absolutely,
The
Trihexia.
shuttle will be here momentarily. Are you ready to go?
Uh-huh. Yay. Yes. We go.
Look, the battles.
Can we go? Do you not know what Grey Goo means?
Elements, preserve us.
Run! Get to the shuttle!
Aren't you coming?
That thing will tear the shuttle apart if someone doesn't keep it busy. That task falls to me. You know I'm right.
Who are you again?
Right. Good luck.
Or rather, she doesn't question it at all. She's just like, all right, I'm out, bye.
Through harmony, we are secure. Through unity, we are strong.
Destruction of the World Heart was a setback, but the minds who created it live on. With their assimilation, all that they know, we shall know. I shall know.
Your overconfidence is your weakness.
Is it arrogance when speaking from a superior position? I think not. Allow me to educate you on one of the more basic principles of warfare. Trust me, it will be a brief, yet painful lesson to learn. The last lesson you'll learn, in fact, before your assimilation. This ends today, once and for all.
Okay. I mean, it's alternate Tasha, but yes, Mr. Red, that's correct. And yeah, nanite ships, because they've given into the darkness. Or the void, take your pick.
And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Probably Kraken's son. The good news is, if you think about it, even basic weapons like phasers destroy things at the molecular level. They don't treat it that way because ray guns are cooler, but that is what phasers do. Listen, Ventures, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Your ship will bolster my fleet. Your crew, my throne. You haven't won yet, Mother. I've won harder battles than this. You're going to need a bigger fleet than that, dog.
Did someone call for reinforcements?
No. Camarque, go home. Oh my god, if they come through the portal because she was like, I'll come help, you are not going to be a significant contributor to this battle, Camarque. Darling dearest, please go home and defend the gateway that is their way to invade our universe. You know, the most nightmare situation we could possibly think of. Could you go stop the apocalypse from duplicating, please? That'd be nice, thanks. Oh my god, at this point. She means well. Does that count for something? No! It doesn't! No, guard the gateway! Will totally help.
We'll be waiting for any help you can provide. Until then, we'll keep up the good fight. The Iconian Alliance isn't finished yet.
This is yet another reason why having a king or queen makes for a weak point, by the way. Because we've just knocked over their queen, and now they're like, oh, we're all stalled for a bit.
There was a time when Iconia had no world heart, where we relied on our own hearts, hands, and minds. Perhaps the universe intends for us to return to such a way of life. Perhaps we shall find hope for the future, even on a dark day such as this.
Are we gonna, like, open trade ties with other universes? Is that where we're at?
I look forward to that bright future, one without the threat of the Borg in it. Until that day, may your travels be safe and prosperous.
See you around.
Giving the order to cross through the gateway was a challenge. But I could not stand idly by while others were risking their lives to defeat the Borg.
It's good to see that you're still here.
Thank you. I am going to take Captain Dax up on her offer. I think it's time to face my demons head on, so to speak. For now, however, I believe we should return to our universe and update our superiors on the events of the day.
Yep, save the galaxy. Sorry, universe. Sure. Sure. Nope. We saved the multiverse from one of the Borgs. It's a good thing there's no such thing as infinite Borg, right? Well, that would be terrible. The Borg divided cannot withstand what is to come. Oh god, what's the name of this stupid quest? No! Situation under control, that's it.
The loss of Grendat Bex, while tragic, was not in vain. His sacrifice, along with your efforts, will keep the Borg of that universe from achieving total supremacy. The battle for the Iconian Alliance is not over yet. Now that we know more about the conflict, we can send reinforcements to assist our allies in their struggle against their terrible enemy. A battle we once thought to be over may be just beginning. We must increase our efforts to thwart the Borg wherever they may strike. Through harmony, we are secure. Through unity, we are strong.
Wow, that sucked.
Hugh, Director of the Cooperative Borg and Borg Reclamation Project speaking. I am reaching out to you as Command has spoken very highly of your accomplishments. In particular, I'm told you're experienced in dealing with a variety of Borg. Another incursion is taking place in the Ramizad system. Can you meet me there? I'll send you my coordinates upon arrival. I'm still waiting to hear back from other allies. We'll need all the backup we can get. There is always a choice.
And that's the last quest that we're going to be doing. But we're not doing it yet. We have 2 TFOs to hit first. I think Blade Travell might be right. I think that they might be deciding to, like, make procedural Borg. And, like, that's going to be content from now on. It's just procedural Borg from the multiverse. Right? Like, just run it through an AI generator. Yeah, bleh is my honest answer to that. I mean, a proper roguelike could be interesting, but that's certainly not what I'm describing. What was the name of that quest we just did? Situation under control. I mean, I suppose that's an interesting question. What's worse, that or shutting the servers down? True, Junk Garage. You have to remember, all the people who worked on these quests do not work there anymore. In fact, this quest we are about to do is the very first quest that was actually done under the new DECA leadership. I look forward to seeing if it's better or worse. Hi, Javan. Hey, Javan. Beloved game is bought up by mobile developer and then fires 80% of the staff. How well do you think their content is going to do compared to the previous content? How recent? This quest we're about to do came out this year. 2 months ago, I want to say. February, something like that. Yeah. This technically got slotted into the queue during the WoW run, I'm almost positive. Like, STO has been funded for a long time, but it was waiting on this quest to come out. Stray Gods, Plague Tale, Requiem, Dragon Age 4, and a thank you. Thank you, Zophi, as always. Yeah, the office is no longer on fire. It's just a pile of ashes, and everyone has long since left. Yeah, speaking of which, I need anybody who wants to join TFOs. Like I said, we're doing 2 TFOs right now, so I will invite anybody who wants to be a part of that. Which is these 4 people apparently. Honestly, Junk Garage, I did like the assimilation thing. I did. It was a nice bit of positivity in a sea of what the hell is this? Is that everyone? Hang on. Who didn't hit yes? Bragwin didn't hit yes. Bragwin! We lost Bragwin. No! Alright. Let me double check something really quick. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Fragment! Alright, whatever. So the first one we're doing is... Okay, we did that one. I believe we're doing Royal first. And then we'll do the only one of the modern TFOs I've done, which is Guillotine. And we'll have the last quest. I mean, yeah, that is how it works, right? At some point or another, it does make sense for something to end. It's nice when it ends on a good note, but let's be honest, how many things get that benefit? Let's just look at Trek. How many Trek things have gotten to end on a high note? TNG, DS9, Undiscovered Country, you know, so the TOS movies. You're probably right, Blade Javal. I have no idea how Lower Decks... I have no idea how any of New Trek ends. That's actually not true. I know how Discovery ended. It was crap. Enterprise ended crap. Voyager ended crap. Like, I actually like Season 7 of Voyager, but Endgame? What the hell? TOS didn't have an ending, really.
Alliance vessel, your arrival in Florida space has been noted. I am told you are here to eradicate Borg occupation forces. Your entry into our territory has been authorized. Though this is not the first time our common enemy invades fluidic space, it is the first time we have encountered so many of their variants. It appears they have arrived from alternate dimensions through dimensional vortices. Needless to say, they must be eliminated immediately. First, destroy the enemies at Unicomplex Alpha. This will allow our planet killers to arrive safely at a central location. Then, escort the planet killers to the outer unicomplexes to help them destroy the incursion. You will find enemy ships protecting beam emitters stationed at every unicomplex.
Is this just a repeat of the quest?
Destroy these ships so we can seal the...
Is this just the quest turned into a TFO?
Additionally,
I hate it when they do this.
have been disabled by these Borg. Rescue them, and they will help you. Once the dimensional vortices are closed and the Borg are defeated, the planet killers will obliterate the unicomplexes.
I hate it when they do this. This is not the first time they've just turned a quest into a dungeon. Yeah, I know, I saw. We've got blue, green, and red portals.
Clear Unicomplex Alpha so our planet killers can arrive safely.
Oh, hey, can you jellyfish? Because if you can... Okay, so some people asked earlier what jellyfish means. You see that giant array of death, which is killing everything instantly in a colossal radius? Those are healing us. That's the jellyfish.
Our planet killers are arriving.
Yeah, enough said, honestly. I guess I will go to Alpha. Yeah, Strange New Worlds gets one more season, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see what they do with that. I have issues with the finale of Prodigy, but I do with DS9 as well, so I'm willing to give that a pass. I have no idea what's going on with Lower Decks. Discovery can go to hell. Because it stings, Plato. I don't know. No, Discovery's over. I would say something unkind, but... Well, Discovery's over. Moving on. are you talking about, Ross? Demons was a good episode. Okay, so apparently Lower Decks has ended.
The tactical cube at Beta has been destroyed. Destroying the emitter.
It really is, Ross. They're different from us. That means they can't be trusted.
An unseen ship has been rescued. We are grateful. The tactical cube at Gamma has been destroyed. Destroy the emitter.
I know Lower Deck was I know everything was canceled. Paramount was kind of imploding for a while there. Probably still is, being honest with ourselves. They've kind of gone to ground a little bit. It's not the ending. I bet you can guess without me even telling you my issues with the final season of Prodigy.
Planet Killer Iota is under attack.
Well, they re-merged again, then One Eye, if that's what you're referencing. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, that's stun. Oh, that's stun! Oh my god, that's gonna kill me. Oh god, I can't even maneuver. Ah, okay, there we go. Of course, sorry, I didn't even see the question. If I don't respond at all, I probably didn't see the question. Oh yeah, in the face.
Planet Killer Iota is under attack.
Yeah, bingo, Ross. Also, multiple dimension-y, high parallel, whatever crap.
The object where that Epsilon has been destroyed. Destroy the emitter.
Yeah, Paramount took the usual company... It really is the bog standard approach to, oh no, we're having financial issues, which is to immediately cancel everything and fire everybody. Yes, they can, Czar. Other than the fact that I gain no financial benefit from them, lower coins are treated exactly the same as any other donation towards the show. They probably did, Ross. That's why I said I have the one issue with it. But I also have the one issue with DS9, so that's why I kind of diminished my own opinion on the matter. I mean, everything to do with the PA rates might as well not even be in DS9's finale, I'm just saying. Welcome back, Hero.
An unseen ship has been rescued. We are grateful.
Good news, Jovan. That's basically happening. Again. Again. Pretty much, Ross. I really was shocked at how well Undiscovered Country held up during the low run.
The octahedron at Zeta has been destroyed. Destroy the emitter. The octahedron at Zeta has been destroyed. Destroy the emitter. A number of cubes have arrived at Lunar Complex Gamma. Destroy them.
Better than I thought it would, Ross. The big plot hole of the episode I thought would actually be more egregious, but honestly, it's a pretty minor thing.
Strange. The cube has gone inert. Its movements are irregular. Stay alert. Planet Killer Iota, drop to 80% hull.
I should mention I'm not 100% sure if Endgame is going to be terrible. I haven't gotten to it yet. We did actually cover where no one has got... these are the voyages. That's it. These are the voyages. I actually don't know, J. Palmer. I would assume the answer to that is yes, though.
Focus on those that are active.
Yeah, I don't have hopes that it's going to score very well. But yeah, it's not going to be at the levels of Turnabout Intruder or frickin' these the Voyagers. Probably not, J. Palmer. We're probably crushed by the pressure of nothing else. The episode, J. Palmer, not the movie. What are they doing?
Your tactics. We have adapted. We are bored. Your defenses are insufficient. You will be assimilated.
What?
Together. We must destroy this monstrosity. This huge cube is split into 8 sections, each with its own power source and shield. These sections must be shut down individually.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah, just that tractor beam. ¿Por qué no las dos, Javin?
An operation well done. The Borg have been removed from this fluid space, though I suspect they will attempt to return. Until then, the Undine thank you for your assistance.
Well, it was at least slightly different than the quest, so I'll give it that. Turbo Borg. What the hell? Fusion Borg. The ship at the end was different, J. Palmer. And it was less linear. It encouraged the party to split up. Okay, one more. Make sure everyone's out. Yep, okay. This is it. Guillotine. Borg formers more than meets the eye. This is the only one I have done, Guillotine. Although, it's taken a minute to queue, which it shouldn't? Oh, whatever. Yep, there it goes. Megatron's like, I can do that. Ah! Yeah, this was pretty much the dev exodus. I know some people were actually bailing because, you know, they saw the ship was sinking. And of course, a lot of people got straight up fired. Like, a lot of people.
The enemy has started to bring their Unicomplex into your dimension. We will stop this. We must. To do so, we need to destroy 10-dimensional conveyors on the surface of the Unicomplex.
This one can be mean. Although we're on normal, so we should be fine.
Once we have done so, we shall deploy stitching anchors around its perimeter to form a network with my vessel, the Harmony. The Harmony will project shielding to each deployed anchor. It will take time to fully energize the shielding, and the Borg will attempt to disrupt the process and disable the anchors. Do not allow this. When the anchors are fully shielded and projecting stitching beams to the Harmony, we shall energize the network. The vortex will be closed, destroying the Unicomplex in the process. Through Harmony, we are secure. Through Unity, we are strong.
So did any of the Trek movies change in our guesstimation during the lore run? You know, honestly, my opinion of 2 dipped just a little bit. It's not a big dip, but I really was expecting 2 to come across as better than 6. And 6 kind of crushed. Like, I was astonished at how good 6 was. Other than that, no.
Disabling the spear launchers will give us an edge, but the Borg will regenerate the participants. Borg spheres can intentionally overload their warp towards the battle. Beware of distracting.
You know, like, my opinion didn't really change on 3, for instance. It's more like my opinion adjusted on 3. For example, I forgot how good the beginning of 3 is. The build-up, the establishment of Krug and his crew, what's going on with the Enterprise crew, the slow reveal, the escape from Stardock is actually pretty good. And then they successfully escape, and then 3 just starts to nosedive in quality very, very quickly. I would say there's only one decent scene past that point in 3, personally. They're fine, Brown Chakra. There's...
The Unicomplex advance has been halted. Deploy the stitching anchors.
So I'll hit 5. Actually, yeah, you're good.
Stitching anchor deployed. Projecting shield now. Stitching anchor deployed. Projecting shield now. Stitching anchor deployed. Projecting shield now. Stitching anchor deployed. Projecting shield now.
Someone's getting 4. I'm gonna go ahead and play goalie for a minute.
Projecting shield now. Stitching anchor deployed. Projecting shield now.
You know, another thing that occurred to me, Ross, when we were going through it. The first 10 minutes or so of 9 is surprisingly good. You can almost track it. It's pretty much the moment they go down to the planet the first time, and you know have that wonderful, wonderful section of singing with Data. Yeah, that's Insurrection. It's not bad. Some good scenes with Troy and Riker, some good character moments, some good lighthearted bits, a little bit of world building, good character dynamic, and then they take the shuttle pod down, and it's just gone. That's it. The movie's over at that point.
Stitching anchor 6 is restored.
There's a couple of decent scenes after that point, and there are.
Successful deployment of shield to stitching anchor 5. A Borg assimilator is attempting to escape. Stop it if you can.
Yeah, no, the first 10 minutes of 7 are very good. Ironically, although I enjoy all of First Contact, the first 10 minutes of First Contact are also very good. The only outlier is fricking Nemesis. Ow. So 5's done and done. I'm going to move over to 6, I think.
Stitching anchor 1 shield is fully energized.
People argue if there's any decent scenes in Nemesis. I would say no, personally. Back in the day, the most common point to was about a 40-second scene of Picard and Data talking about identity. About 10 minutes before the finale. No, they do a lot in the intro of 7. Like, really, legitimately, it's great. Positive things I could say about 09. Oh, gosh. Okay, let me think about that for a second.
Well done. The shield of stitching anchor 6 is fully energized. Stitching anchor 2 is shielded. Shield fully deployed. Stitching anchor 3.
I'm actually fine with that too, Ross, admittedly. Just like in 9, the 7 starts to get bad the moment the plot kicks in. Which makes sense when you think about it. When they're just being the TNG crew, it's good. It's functionally a day of life. You know, a day in the life, a slice of life situation. The moment the bad plot kicks in, Oh, tell me about it, John Garrosh.
Sir, something is disrupting the stitching network.
Hey, Warp Core. Resistance is wackio.
Tactical fuse are the source of disruption. Destroy them both to stabilize the network.
Ooh, those have some shields. Hey, Sean. A good scene in 9.
A Borg assimilator went to war and escaped.
No, Warp Core. That'll be our finale. Our actual finale.
A Borg assimilator went to war and escaped.
Oh, Jesus, Ross. I don't know. I also haven't seen episode 2 in a while, but I'm pretty sure... I'm sorry. Star Trek 09 isn't really what I would call a bad movie by any real measure, but, like, it didn't make much of an impression on me. Ironically, Into Darkness, which is a worse movie by many regards, actually made more of an impression on me, and I am more aware of. Of course, I also did a video on Into Darkness, so that helps. Like, I'll tell you a good scene in Star Trek Into Darkness. You should have let me sleep. That's a good scene.
The stitching network is now operational. Sealing the vortex now.
Exactly, Blitterval. I don't have any real complaints about 09. It just didn't stick with me.
Were most satisfactory on this day. The enemy incursion has been thwarted. Your contributions were a critical part of our success. Well done. Through harmony, we are secure. Through unity, we are strong.
So, I'm going to go against the grain a little bit. I actually like that TFO. Yeah, it's actually different. It's fun. It's interesting. I have done it on harder difficulties, and it is much meaner on harder difficulties. But yeah, I'm actually with that one. It's one of my favorites. That's the third one, right, Jay Palmer? I enjoyed the third one the best. I would go so far as to say it's probably the best one, like, objectively or whatever. But, I don't know, I've never felt the desire to rewatch it. I don't know how else to put that. When I do my reviews of the movies, which, God willing, it will someday happen, I have no plans of actually covering the AU movies. Not even that one. Okay. This is it. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Because I'm not ready. This is... We're about to be done with STO. Probably in about an hour. I'm nervous. How the hell are they going to wrap this story arc up in one quest? Yeah, I need to leave squad. Hang on. I'm going to do a very, very quick AFK. Yes, we did actually work for it. I'll be right back. Time to play Unity. Let's do it. Yeah, what do you... That's a good question, Blade Traval. So yeah, I guarantee you, with almost total certainty, this is going to end on a to be continued. And to be very clear, I don't care. This is it. We're not streaming past this point. Now, that's not an absolute, because there's no such thing in real life. But unless things substantially change, this is it. This is it. This is your big chance to wow me. This is the DECA era of STO.
What a surprise! I didn't expect to see you here. I'm responding to a call from Director Hugh of the Cooperative Borg. The Lucari Concordium has recently chosen me as their ambassador for all things Borg. He asked me to join him here to help with another incursion. I've been here for quite a while now. I'm not sure he's coming. Are you here to help as well?
Alright, hold up. Two things. First, I like how they just kind of drop Hugh in here. It's worth noting that this may or may not have been intended to be a big surprise. I don't know. I mentioned there was one last thing I knew about the stuff about that, and it was the fact that Hugh was in it. Because his face was plastered all over the loading screen. So it's kind of hard to avoid that, right? Yeah, second of all, you have the one member of the Lucari who has definitive PTSD specifically with regards to the Borg. And you have decided to make her the ambassador for all things Borg.
I agree. He's typically quite punctual. So I've heard, anyway. Well, I'm afraid I've also come across some starship debris in the system that I have yet to identify. It appears we're arriving at the aftermath of a tense clash. I suggest we try and find the director together. With your permission, I'll set up a sensor link so that our ships can share any data we find.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Sensor link is active. Let's start with the ship debris up ahead.
Okay.
Let's see. Sensors are picking up microscopic fragments of advanced regenerative circuitry, nanites, and decentralized control system debris. This is most certainly a full and cooperative probe. Something must have happened to their fleet. Let's hurry. There's more debris over there.
And yeah, I guess it is a surprise to see Hugh here, considering the events of Picard Season 1. Screw you, Picard Season 1. But, I mean, this canon already contradicts that one, so... shrug. Let STO sit in its own existence, I say. It's not like there aren't multiple timelines in this setting.
Scans indicate high-density alloy and further Borg circuitry fragments. Disruptive, not regenerative. In any case, this is not cooperative debris. The quantum signature doesn't even match our universe.
Cool. Yeah, Picard, not canon. Cool. I'm okay with that. Yes, this has become the main timeline.
Look out! Control room clear, incoming!
Struggle is pointless.
Well done. That certainly explains the debris' quantum signature. Let's continue. I see a final cluster of debris up ahead. This fractal alloy is unlike any debris I've ever seen. It's protected by a quantum dispersal field. Someone must have come back to scatter the ship's debris signature. Its origin is untraceable.
Weird.
Heads up! Subspace sensors are picking up residual distortion nearby.
A warp trail! Recalibrating sensor array frequencies.
Yeah, her mic is noticeably worse, or something. You've probably heard this before. It's when the mic isn't properly peaking, or rather preventing peaking, and so certain parts of it sound just a little bit piercing to the ear. It's because the waveform is actually going past what the file should be allowing, and it doesn't, the literal file doesn't capture data at that point, so it just comes across as straight noise, which is something the ear finds unpleasant. Really, really, really oversimplified explanation. It usually happens when you either have a bad mic or bad editing of said mic, or both. Now hang on, I just realized I'm so stupid. I need to show something off for Ross. Assuming Ross is even here. Let's see. Oh god, I don't remember where this stupid stuff is. Rates, get the status. Here we go. Let's see. Is he here? Might not be. Ignore the fact that I have the doctor here. Damn, looks like I actually don't have them. Oh well. I was just going to point out the only presence that Lower Decks has, which is as DOFs, duty officers. But I apparently don't have them. Sorry. Depends on everything, Mr. Red.
Tachyon decay and subspace phase variances suggest this warp trail is 2 hours old. We should get closer. There might be survivors. Oh dear. Sensor readings are fluctuating erratically due to the magnetic properties of dense asteroids nearby. It's the Harmony. What's Tassin Faye's ship doing here?
Being evil.
Tassin Faye was called in to help as well. The vessel seems to be suffering from multiple systems failures. They may require assistance. Shall we send out a hail?
That's actually a good point, von Falkenstein. I don't know what they would look like, though. Oh my gosh. Ah, it doesn't matter. Open a comm.
Oh, right. Starship Harmony, this is Admiral Kumar K of the LSS Ruskava. Come in. Tassin Faye, do you copy? No response. Complete comm silence. I know this isn't exactly standard protocol, but considering the potential gravity of the situation, should we consider beaming down?
How about we scan first, okay, darling?
You're right. Let's proceed with caution.
Oh.
It's an excellent idea.
Whoops.
I'll send out an encoded subspace transmission detailing our intentions. I should be able to transmit it on a narrow enough frequency for it to bypass the interference, but we're unlikely to be met with a response, I'm afraid. Here's hoping Tassin Faye is able to receive it, and that we aren't breaking with any Etherean customs.
Whatever.
Right. I have identified a section of the Ramizad system where signals are not compromised by the asteroids. Meet me there.
Yeah, Kamarka is kind of a vet at this point. This isn't what she tends to act like. Oh well.
Huh. Who would have thought that you'd be towing the Harmony today?
Lady, I've been doing that since I started playing this game. They also aren't doing the echoey sound effect. Like they do a modulation to make it sound like a comm, and it doesn't sound good. It just sounds like she's talking inside of a can.
The interference is subsiding. I suggest we try a final hail before we scan again. Starship Harmony, this is Admiral Kumarke. Do you copy?
God, that is actually physically painful.
Do you require assistance?
I'm sorry. I'm going to put that under bug, because that's functionally what that is. That is actually physically painful. Yeah, also Star Trek comms, they don't sound like this. We're not on the freaking Amtrak, you know. No, it actually sounds a lot better because it's Star Trek.
Ensign Farunte, what's your assessment? The Harmony might be experiencing a communications blackout, Admiral. This is likely unrelated to the interference caused by any asteroids.
Well, time really could be of the essence. We still have no idea where the director is or if he's all right. And I'm beginning to worry that the same might be said of Tassine Faye.
You know, Java makes an excellent point. The thing is, last I checked, all this stuff was made after everybody was fired. In this exact quest, the one we're doing right now. So.
This doesn't look good. Shields are lowered. I'm not detecting any breaches, so it must have been done voluntarily. The scans also indicate that the atmospheric conditions aboard the ship are highly unusual, and only just able to accommodate other species. Furthermore, the ship itself is exhibiting properties that are consistent with a multidimensional vortex. It's as if it is phasing in and out of existence. Or at least parts of it seem to be. What's more, multiple sections of the ship seem to be under strict lockdown.
Hold up. So parts of the ship are phasing in and out of other dimensions, and you want to beam down?
I agree. I recommend we stay on high alert. Who knows what caused the ship's partial lockdown? This mission could be quite dangerous, especially if the Etherians are unresponsive.
Kumarki, my most beloved wife. You're secretly Canadian. Are you sure you want to come?
Quite sure, but I do appreciate you asking. I would rather face my fears head-on than retreat to the proverbial shadows. It's been quite good for me. I feel empowered, actually.
Well, maybe your comm will be fixed when we get over there.
You read my mind. The ship's systems should have logged our attempts at establishing contact before beaming down. That said, I'm not sure I trust the accuracy of any of our current scans, given the situation. One last thing. I do recommend we leave our bridge officers behind for now. I don't feel comfortable sending anyone else down there before conducting a preliminary assessment.
Are you freaking high? You what? Okay, let's send down the captains of the two ships and no one else. Even Star Trek isn't that stupid. And I remind you, Star Trek regularly sends down senior staff on these kind of missions. So we're going to send down an admiral, which she is, and a fleet admiral, which I am, by ourselves. Kamarke, I swear to God, if there's like a candlelit dinner at the end of this, there's easier ways to make this happen. I mean, if that's not a damning statement of bad storytelling, I don't know what is, Narset.
It's beautiful.
New brickwork. First new brickwork in the entire arc so far.
It looks like the hallway behind us is locked. In fact, this room is under full lockdown, which I suspect will be true of most of the rooms we will encounter aboard the Harmony. Bypassing security lockouts might require some thinking outside the triangle. Or box? It's an Earth saying. I suggest we take a look around. Perhaps there's another way out. Let's tread carefully.
Yeah. Sure. I do like the pearlescent look.
Maybe this will allow us to open the door to the hallway behind us.
Okay.
No, the security clearance required to bypass this console is too high. We won't be able to go this way. Let's look around. Optimizing tricorders for environmental scanning.
Hang on, I just realized the perfect song for this. Give me a second. Give me 1 sec.
What a unique structure. Optimizing for material analysis? Incredible! These polygonal wall structures act as data nodes. It appears they store recordings of events that have happened aboard the ship. They contain both visual and auditory data. You don't suppose we're being watched, do you?
Pomarke, I work for Starfleet. They scan our brains every day.
In any case, it looks like this room's lockdown has been bypassed. Let's try the console by the other door. Well done. All right, we better stay alert. We don't know what the consequences of bypassing the security measures aboard this ship are. For all we know, it could mean a variety of automated countermeasures, or perhaps none at all, given the situation. Let's keep scanning for abnormalities along the way until we get to the bottom of this. Lead the way. It's very empty in here. I wonder where all the crew members are.
Oh, hang on. In-game music finally started playing. And no, I have not done Falkenstein. There's actually a bunch of new ships and ship types and ship builds that I haven't done. I haven't even done the isomegs, for God's sakes. The isomags, excuse me. I still don't even know what they do. Just that they're overpowered as hell.
That's what Tarsine Faye always says. Could I have a word?
Sure.
I'm feeling a little uneasy. No, not about the possibility of finding a Borg incursion aboard. It's about the comment I made earlier, about being watched. It was meant to be light-hearted, but I'm starting to think we are being monitored. It doesn't help that this room is on lockdown as well, and it looks like the security clearances increase the further along we get. We'll need to get creative again.
Uh-huh. Well, how about the data node we scanned? We could try and reverse engineer that.
Interesting. Instead of recording in real time, we could recalibrate the output so that the node plays back a recording from the past. At some point, someone aboard this ship must have input the console code needed to unlock this room. Such a recording might also provide us with insight into what happened aboard the Harmony.
No, it isn't, which means I was right about the fact that it's the modulation specifically. Someone went into an audio editor, used the default make them sound like used the default reverb effect on it. You know, the factory default one. And then walked away from it.
Spot on! I would need to input some kind of information about the data we want to access in order to bypass any encrypted subroutines. In theory, this would allow me to recalibrate the node's parameters to play back an older recording, though I'd have to reconfigure the node's memory buffer array to act as a hollow matrix interface instead. In other words, the node will no longer function as a recording subsystem, but as a hollow emitter, activated by a
tricorder. Yeah, I gotcha.
I have to say, even though I'm not pleased about reverse engineering Etherean technology without authorization, the science behind this is quite exciting. Hopefully, Tassin Fei will understand.
It's a risk we'll take.
If you scan the room for information, I will begin recalibrating the node's parameters.
Now, I know Blade Tavel's going to disagree with me on this, but you know something else I've been noticing in this mission specifically? It doesn't have an editor. Have you caught that? For those of you not aware, one of the most common approaches to writing is to write a whole bunch of dialogue. And some writers, talented, skilled writers will do this on purpose, and then they will parse it down with, additional editing passes and polishing passes to pull it down to something that sounds good and works and doesn't miss any information. But people who are not good writers will fall into this habit without even realizing they're doing it. They'll just write a whole bunch of words to convey a relatively small amount of information. It's normal. It's actually how a lot of real people talk in real life. We'll repeat points over and over. We'll go back through things, and you get it. Yeah, it's very raw, exactly. There's a lot of raw dialogue in this. Oh my god, Evo.
Reconfiguring memory array to optimize for hollow emission output.
I mean, it could also be kind of like a combination thing, Blade Tavel, because you're right. I've noticed there's a weirdly increased amount of technobabble. And it may be that these new writers were thinking, I'm writing for Trek, and that means technobabble, proving that those people have no idea what they're talking about.
Remodulating tricorders. Integrating environmental data to bypass encryptions. Done. The system is active. Shall we give it a try?
In that case, please follow me.
Okay.
This technology looks like a fragment of a larger piece.
Honestly, if this is at all like the audio problem, which I can speak of with authority because I've done a lot of audio engineering, it wouldn't surprise me if they just did a very, very basic dialogue pass of, make sure there's no spelling errors, make sure there's no sentence structure issues, and then that's it. What you would usually consider the default bare minimum of editing. The factory default.
Director Hugh, it is good to finally meet you face to face.
So, you said you needed help.
It worked! So, both Director Hugh and Tassin Fei were aboard the Harmony. What's more, the decay rate of the chronoton particles emitted by these projections placed the recording approximately 1 hour before the Harmony's warp trail signature in Ramizad. It's likely that whatever battle took place out there occurred after the director beamed aboard. Curious.
Here's an example of unnecessary technobabble. You see, there's this thing called a timestamp. It's very old. Really, 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 really old as a concept. But she can't just say, oh, the time indicator, or the timestamp, or whatever words you want to use there, indicates this was just an hour before the warp trail signature. But no, it has to be the decay rate of the chronoton particles emitted by these projections. Feel that sentence for a second. The decay rate of the chronoton particles emitted by these projections. That's a sentence someone wrote. I would love to know who these devs are and what they've worked on before this. Because... Like, I have no idea. Like, we're off the map for me at this point. Yeah, time index. That's right. Thank you. Because I knew Star Trek doesn't say timestamps. They say time index. So, what's more, the time index indicates this was about an hour before the Harmony's warp trail signature. You know, something like that.
It's a start. However, I'm sure you've noticed that these recording fragments are both static and out of order. The node's harmonic emitters didn't take too kindly to being tampered with. I doubt we'll be able to play out the full animated sequence of events. That said, we should be able to realign the data and unlock the full recording if we place these fragments in the right order. Place these fragments in the correct order. What happened first? Right. After Tassine, the fragments have been placed in the correct order. First, Tassine Fey welcomed Director
You don't have to repeat this 3 times.
Aboard the ship. Then, Director Hughes scanned some technology which was part of a larger piece. Lastly, Tassine Fey asked Director Hugh and his officers to follow her, so they all left the room.
Yeah. I caught that because I have a functioning brain.
We did it! Right. I've fed the data back into the node in the correct order this time. We should be able to play the full sequence of events now. Remember, it's likely to be visually incomplete due to the harmonics malfunction within the node, but the acoustics shouldn't be affected. Shall we?
Okay, so right off the bat, I'm going to start writing down some negatives now. So let's see here. We've got dialogue. That's obvious. Writing. That's obvious. I already put down the bug for the audio. That's obvious. I think that's it at the moment. 3 negatives for a quest. We're doing good so far.
Director Hugh, it is good to finally meet you face to face. I have heard a lot about you, and...
Excuse me, his eyes are down here.
Leader Tassine Fey, please call me Hugh. Likewise, I've heard a lot about the Etherians.
Alright, brickwork, you're right. I'll jot down a brickwork positive as soon as this cutscene's over.
You said you needed help.
Yes, a piece of Borg technology has been found aboard the Harmony. We may be compromised.
Has been found. You just found some Borg tech on your ship. Somehow.
You're right. This is control Borg technology, all right. And yet, the energy signature isn't an exact match. This technology looks like a fragment of a larger piece. We'll need to locate the rest of it before I can make an assessment.
Of course. Our diplomatic quarters are available, should you wish to stay longer for this assessment. Please excuse the furnishing. Under normal circumstances, we redress our rooms for all our guests.
Well, these circumstances are far from normal. But that won't be necessary. We won't be staying long.
I see. How unfortunate. Perhaps another time. In that case, please follow me.
And then she stabs him in the back.
Great teamwork. We've pieced it all together. It looks like Director Hugh and his officers beamed aboard the Harmony to help Tassine Fey identify a piece of...
Yeah, sorry. I actually think Jovin's right. Okay, this is going to sound really mean. I want to stress I do not say this from a place of hatred. I do not want to diminish the people who made this. I say this from a perspective of someone who's been there and knows what it's like to be new at something, okay? This is a terrible puzzle. That's what this is supposed to be, this sequence right here. This is someone who is GMing D&D for the first time and is trying to come up with a puzzle for their players and has no idea what they're doing. So they show us sequence 3, 2, and then 1 in that order, and then say, what sequence should these cutscenes be played in? And that's the puzzle. That's the gameplay of the sequence. Because I don't like criticizing without critiquing, what you could do is rather than make it 3 pieces, make it 6 or 12. And instead give them several pieces, so it's like 1, 8, 3, 6, 5, 12, 2, 7, 9. And that's the order in which you see them. And then you have to kind of piece together, okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 5, 6, and try to kind of sequence them in the right order. And then once you successfully get like if you want to be really nice about it, you can make it a section. But I think we got this. We're playing STO. I think we got this. So just let them figure out the sequence, play the whole sequence. Boom. Done. Cool. That's still not a great puzzle. But what it's doing is taking what is being done here and trying to do something more with it other than... Can you tell what color my shirt is? Let's see. This is the color white. White is technically not a color. You get my point. Now, brickwork, I do agree with a positive. So let's jot that down before I forget. Yeah, exactly. Javan calls it edutainment. This is what people mean when they say kids show. In other words, a show that's for someone who's age 1 to 2 to 3. Someone who is learning the really basics of this kind of a thing, right? If that's too many puzzle pieces for your first time DMing, you shouldn't be DMing. Yeah, Dora the Explorer, right? That's the vibe here. Now, you want a puzzle? I can tell you a puzzle. All right.
Exactly. Fortunately, the data node recording also shows the console code used by Tassian Fei to bypass security. I suggest we look out for other consoles along the way. Perhaps we'll be able to use this method again. This probably also won't be the last data node we'll be able to interact with aboard the ship. Right, let's move on, shall we?
I know what you meant, Czar. I stand by my statement. If you can't keep 12 pieces straight, you do not belong in the DM's chair.
So it seems like the starship debris we found earlier might have been control Borg then. If we proceed, the door behind us will likely lock. We'll need to choose a path.
Oh God, Ross. Don't remind me.
Right behind you.
I do like the music more than I thought I would.
A social lounge. I didn't know the Etherians were so willing to host. Very hospitable, though a little deserted for my taste.
Lucari Fusion Conference, 200,000 PA.
Perhaps it's related to stellar research. I'm surprised I haven't been contacted about this.
Odd. Yeah, I was just picturing what it'd be like to lounge in this chair. Assuming there's no, like, force fields or anything like that. Like, I imagine it would be like this, right? Almost like hanging out at the jungle gym. Anyone ever do that? Where you're, like, hanging out in the hole and your arms, and you can't see my legs, but, you know, your legs are just kind of holding onto it and you're just kind of chilling in it. Just me? I'm the only one who did that as a kid? Come on. Am I the only kid who used to love climbing on the jungle gym? Fine. Whatever. Point being, that's what I picture in those things.
I take it these are the redressed diplomatic quarters Tassine Fei spoke of in the data node recording. I must say, I wasn't aware that a diplomatic meeting had been scheduled between any Lucari ambassadors and Etherians.
Okay, so I'm only going to do this once because I don't want to be here all day. Let's just dissect some dialogue, shall we? Those of you who don't know, I'm a pretty damn good writer, but I am an extremely good editor. And let's look at that dialogue right there. I take it these are the redressed diplomatic quarters Thacine Fay spoke of in the data node recording. So let's dissect that for a second. I take it these are the, one section, redressed diplomatic quarters, too wordy, that Thacine Fay spoke of in the data node recording. All of that is too wordy. None of that needs to be like that. Ah, this is what Thacine Fay was speaking of earlier, conveys everything that was just said just like that. And even that might be a little bit too wordy, if we're being completely honest with you. But that was something right off the top of my head. You don't need to show that it's redressed. You don't need to show that it's the diplomatic quarters. You don't need to say that Thacine Fay specifically spoke of it. You don't need to say that they spoke of it at all. You don't need to say that the data node recording is specifically where he spoke of it. It was literally 40 seconds ago. You could literally, so you could take, if you have to have that sentence, take any one of the data points in it and use just that one. Ah, this is what Thacine Fay spoke of. Or, ah, this is what was spoken of. Or, ah, this is the redressed diplomatic quarters. Or, ah, diplomatic quarters. Oh, this looks cozy. These quarters seem largely unused.
Right. Perhaps this is for a future meeting that hasn't been coordinated yet. Director Hugh did mention abnormal circumstances in that recording. It's possible the situation is far more dire than we had imagined. I'll be sure to check in with Lucari Command once I return.
Alright, I need to sound intellectual. As you see, this is... No. So it's really easy, Zar. Forgive me. This is the last time I'm going to talk about this because I kind of want to get through this quest. It's very simple. Write the scene. Remember, the whole point of the puzzle is to show the scene. Write the scene, chop it up into 12 points. You're done. That's it. Piece 1 says... okay, so hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So, piece 1 says, right. Perhaps, piece 2 says, this is for... Piece 2 says, a future meeting, etc., etc. And then when the player actually, or the players actually ask you, okay, what does piece 5 say? You could look at your notes and see piece 5 says blah, 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 blah. And that's how you do it. That was literally the puzzle they just did, except they did it in 3 pieces instead of 12. All I was doing is actually increasing the number of pieces and rejiggering the order, instead of what they did, which was just 3 pieces, which was literally in reverse order, so the simplest possible thing imaginable. Like, there was no puzzle to what they did. It's the difference between pointing on something to progress through a game or shooting a boss to progress through a game. Both are functionally the same thing if you think about it. You move the mouse to the right thing to click, and you click the thing. But one of them has enough more depth involved to allow you, the player, to actually have some gameplay involved, as opposed to just progress by hitting button. Sorry.
Oh my. These are almost identical to the furnishings of Lucari diplomatic quarters.
Why do...
Seems like the Aetherians have replicated our style almost to perfection.
Why do Lucari diplomatic quarters have 2 beds immediately next to each other? Is this for us? Aw, Kamarki, you shouldn't have. Oh my god, all of them are like that. Kamarke? Oh yeah, Evo, this is my wife, Kamarke. Negotiations. Yeah, these are the, so they've got different classes of suites for diplomats, right? There's your basic suites, there's your VIP suites, excuse me. And then there's the, negotiation suites. That's these ones. As you can see, my beloved there, she's, really excited to get into bed. Let's put it that way. Yeah, she's from Space Canada. You wouldn't have heard of her. Don't worry about it. Okay.
This looks like a shortcut.
Also, you're dragging this out way too much. That's another pacing and tempo problem.
It's one of Director Hugh's officers.
Okay, that line of dialogue, completely unnecessary.
Shields are still down. We can stabilize them and beam them out.
Like, literally just her going, is all that needed to be conveyed there. Guy in uniform with Borg pieces, we know who this is. Yeah, this is what I hear every day I find a corpse, Mr. Red.
This isn't good. We need to figure out what happened here. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yep. Back to the negotiation beds.
That's the spirit. Our tricorders are already remodulated and optimized for holographics. If you gather information to bypass the encryption subroutines, I'll get started on the node's parameters.
Don't clip that, no! Let me scan. Yep, here we go.
I'm feeling less guilty about tampering with Etherian technology. Our allies could be in danger.
Yeah, see, the problem is, most people I know, including me, by the way, but also Pax, who played this with me, the moment we saw the Etherians, we're like, okay, so they're the new bad guys. And it was just such an automatic thing. The other quests, which I've seen for the first time today, have reinforced, yeah, they're the bad guys. And if any of that didn't trigger off an alarm in the back of your head, by the time you get to this quest, it's so obvious that they're the bad guys. So overtly duh that they're the bad guys. Yeah, no, they're the Borg, right? There's a thematic significance to that. We've already seen multiple types of Borg. We have the Borg, we have the I can't believe it's not Borg. We have the given into the void Borg. We also have the cooperative Borg, while we're on the subject. And now we have these people, the Harmony Borg, who have unified everyone into unity. Of course they're the Borg! It's so obvious. This is what the benevolent Borg look like. Oh yeah, we also have the Bio-Borg with the Undine. Count that.
Recalibrating parameters. Almost there. Got it. The fragments should be ready to play.
I will lead you to our lower decks.
Nah, nobody likes that show. I do appreciate your restraint, Ben One Eye. We haven't been betrayed yet, Kenexco.
Watch out!
No, it's something.
What are you doing?
It worked! Unlike the last recording we watched, these initial fragments seem to be in the right order. That means Tassine Fey was leading Director Hugh and his officers to the lower decks of the ship. After that, something or someone attacked them. Well, this part seems right.
I mean, if they aren't the Borg, or the bad guys, I don't even know. What could I do? What could I do? I don't know. I can't think of something. I will be shocked.
However, my scans indicate the presence of corrupted data located inside the memory buffers. One of the following fragments does not align with the expected data intervals of the recording. That is to say, one of the recordings of Director Hugh was added later on. It was artificially injected into the data sequence.
Yeah, I caught that.
Perhaps. We can't rule it out. But that doesn't seem like something the Control Borg would do. It seems a little too calculated, don't you think? In any case, we need to make a choice and identify the artificial fragment so we can remove the corrupted data and access the rest of the recording. Which fragment was artificially added to the data node?
I was gonna pick neither of these, actually. So I don't know. I'll just flip a coin at that point. Okay, first one.
Right. An unknown construct appeared from beyond the portal and attacked the group.
Thank you for reciting the scene I literally just saw!
The falsified fragment has been identified. First, Tassin Fei told Director Hugh and his bridge officers that she would lead them to the lower decks of the ship. But then, an unknown construct attacked Director Hugh and his bridge officers from beyond the portal.
This is hell!
One of his bridge officers was left wounded.
I'm in hell! What is this? I'm so confused by this. We are not in kindergarten. What in God's name is this? Yeah, I apparently have the memory of a goldfish. I'd give this to my niece to play, but she's too old for this.
Well done. That's it. It wasn't a control Borg that fired at Director Hugh's officer, but an unknown construct. It seems Etherean?
What?
The data has been removed successfully. The full sequence of events is now ready to play. Unfortunately, the harmonics are acting up again, so expect some fragmentation. The system is active. Let's play its last recording.
I met my youngest niece, Ben One-Eye, who I remind you is already playing games like Mario Kart and Stardew Valley. It's not a joke. I'm very proud of her. She's the most into games of the three, the youngest. It's very strange. I mean, that's not very shocking to me. I was already playing Super Mario Brothers when I was her age, so... Yeah, this is my surprised face.
It is a shame you are not staying longer. We have much to discuss. I am curious about the liberated Borg.
Well, the path of a liberated Borg is not easy. Ultimately, it's about giving others a second chance.
Fascinating. Ethereans believe in giving others a second life, like an ascension.
I suppose you could compare it to that. Helping others overcome their past so they can grow.
Indeed. If you'd follow me, I will lead you to our lower decks.
You said this is where you found the Control Borg boarding party?
Indeed.
Do you know how they were able to bypass your shields?
We are uncertain. Several malfunctions have been reported. No conclusions have been drawn yet.
What are you doing?
This was not supposed to happen.
Get behind me!
My word, so that's what actually happened. It seems like an Etherean security system of some sort attacked Director Hugh and his officers. But by Luca, I cannot imagine why someone would come back afterwards to plant a falsified recording implicating the Borg. It's beyond me.
Can you tell where Kumarke is on the screen? Can you point her out? Where is she? Can we find Kumarke? Hang on, Javan. Let me just do my typical, oh no, someone just got shot stretch. There we go. This is much better. Oh, yeah. So, I have not played Star Trek Infinite, but I am actually pretty familiar with it, and it is apparently extraordinarily disappointing. I don't know how good it is on the narrative axis. So, we'll see. Anyways, it seems awfully odd. Yuck!
In any case, Tarsine Fey's remark is important. If the Etherian security system has gone rogue, there might be more for us to worry about than Control Borg. Fortunately, this recording also shows the console code used to activate this portal. I suppose it will lead to the lower decks. Here's the code. Will you do the honors?
Kumarke, I will always do the honors with you. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier if STO qualifies as veto territory. As of this moment in time, yes. That may change sometime in the future, but if someone like right now was to donate for more STO content, I would just say no. Yeah, no, you know when I'm actually pissed, I'll just go really quiet and I'll be really boring for a while. You know what I mean, though, Warp Core. A couple people did ask if they could donate for more STO, and the answer is, yep. When the Kao Monons evolved to become the Lad Namad, the Etherians found their true purpose. The ether offers knowledge so divine that naturally it chose itself to govern the actions of all.
I believe this calls for the Earth saying, "Here goes nothing."
Kumarke, you are a delightful person. And great in bed. Could you not? You see that, like, thing she's got behind her that just kind of hovers up in the air? And that little, like, thing that's extending from her right hand? Yeah, those aren't cosmetics. She can use those. Whoa, you have no idea.
These lower decks sure are darker.
Music shift. Yeah, what's up, Kumarke? My one true love.
Yes. I mean, I think so. I feel confident that we are on the right track, especially after seeing both Director Hugh and Tarsine Fey pass through here. And yet, I just feel unsettled. There's something not quite right about all of this. Do you feel it too?
Kumarke. I don't even know where to go with this. Stay close to me, Kumarke.
Before we move on, I want to make sure you know that you can count on me. Entirely. Last time we underwent a mission together, I told you I wasn't certain I'd be a reliable ally against Borg forces. That's not the case anymore. I feel stronger than ever. Although I still have some reservations, I won't be showing up late to the party this time.
Let's talk about a concept called writer factor. Writer factor is a multiplier. It refers to how much trust you have in the writers of a fictional work. You might think, why is that relevant? Most people have a writer factor, whether they actually, consciously process it or not. Because it's the difference between whether or not someone's acting out of character, and that's a hint. There's something being implied by the writers there. I say writer, it actually means creator, but you know what I mean. Or if it's just screw up. Yeah, is this on purpose? Is really what it boils down to. Everybody who consumes fiction, to some extent or another, has that question at the back of their mind. How much of this is on purpose, right? So if I had high writer factor, which it's worth noting for a huge chunk of STO I did, this would all be so obvious that I'm like, okay, she's been replaced with something, right? she's been assimilated or replaced with a shapeshifter or is from an alternate dimension or something, because she's just acting so off, so overtly in so many weird ways. But look at the sequence we just went through and tell me if you honestly think that this is being done on purpose. Kumarke, that means more to me than you know. Will you marry me?
Well, I'm glad that's settled.
No, wait!
Let's get back to business. This room...
Yes, it has data nodes.
Exactly. You know the drill. If you search the room for information, I'll begin recalibrating the data node's parameters. Those encryption subroutines won't stand a chance. I admit, I'm feeling apprehensive. What we're about to see next could be very telling.
Oh, thank God. I've always wanted an undead girlfriend. Yeah, no, exactly, Warpcore. That's a fantastic answer. Or example, excuse me. And I apologize, Captain Zeus, for failing at making this enjoyable. However, I do not apologize at all for the fact that this is drivel. What in God's name? Okay, hang on. It's an axiom. Yeah, that's true, Blade
Integrating the environmental information?
Frankly, until very recently, WoW was in that same boat. A lot of stuff in WoW was done very much on purpose to imply or hint or develop. And then about half of it wasn't. So it's always just like, until Dragonflight, when they finally started getting their crap in gear. And, you know, get their house in order.
Bypassing encryptions? All done. The fragments are ready to play.
Unit Bridge requesting immediate backup.
There has been a grave misunderstanding.
Okay, so the probes are auto-attacking Hugh and his people because they're Borg. That makes perfect sense. I figured that out earlier, honestly. And no, Warpcore.
Fret not, Director. We will not let you perish.
We will ascend you. You will become one of us. You will become...
You shall be conserved and uplifted anew.
Yep,
Perish? Did they really get into some kind of near-fatal altercation? I can't even imagine it. Tassine Faye is our ally and friend. There must be more to this.
Yes, friends and allies never turn on you. Ever.
Unfortunately, my scans suggest that the node's memory buffer may be overloaded. Over time, this could lead to slight alterations in recorded material due to deletions or simplifications, for example. So rather than an artificial addition, it seems to be a corruption of the original events. There should be some truth to this scenario, but something's off. We'll need to identify the altered fragment and restore it to its original form in order to play the full sequence of events.
Okay.
Which data node fragment was altered?
Sorry, what? I fell asleep, because you're making me do the same puzzle for the third time in a row.
Which date? The altered fragment has been identified. Director Hugh raised his weapon at Tassin Fei, but he was not critically wounded. Finally, Tassin Fei lifted his body out of the room.
Exclamation mark list, Kamzus.
By Lucar, we did it. I was hoping for this outcome. Hopefully this means that Director Hugh was not gravely injured. Let's see what actually happened here. The full sequence is ready to play.
Okay.
Requesting immediate backup.
There has been a grave misunderstanding.
I can see that. What the hell is going on here?
Our security system is registering you and your officers as Prime Borg.
Duh.
Tassin Fei, I really don't want to take down your construct. Get them to stand down.
I understand. This won't be necessary. You will be neutralized until we can repair our systems.
Neutralized? Okay, we might be getting lost in translation, but that's not happening.
Fret not, Director. We will not let you perish. You shall be conserved and uplifted anew.
Considering we have Borg tech in us. 3. Any support is plural.
We did it. I was hoping for this outcome. Hopefully this means that Director Hugh was not gravely injured. Let's see what actually happened here. The full sequence is ready to play.
That's not what that text says. What that text says is, Admiral, that's it. Director Hugh was...
That's it. Director Hugh was neutralized by Tassin Fei in an effort to...
Oh my god!
I suppose? And it looks like his wounded bridge officer made it out of the room. Well, if the director and his officers are registering as enemy Borg to the Etherean security system, then there's no telling how it will register us. After all, you and I have both had dealings with the Borg that have left us... changed. Thankfully, the recording once again shows the console code Tassin Fei used to get out of this room. However, perhaps we should stop tampering with the data nodes from now on.
So I can tell you exactly what happened, because it's happened to me. Generally speaking, when you sit down and have an actor voice lines, they do all their lines in one recording, which means you get one large data file where they say, line 1, and there's like a pause, right? And then line 2, and then there's a pause, line 3. You get it, right? And what you tend to do then is you, the editor, after the fact, chop that up into the individual files, and then you put line 1 here, line 2 here, line 3 here. Put it in the correct sequence so the correct triggers actually make them happen. Make sense? So what happened was, because it's easy to lose track of this when you're just staring at a waveform, someone looked at this and thought it was one line, but it was actually 2. There was a pause in between. And so they put the line that included the previous line and this one in for this one. What about this neutralization, Admiral?
Tassin Fei's choice seems somewhat abrupt. It certainly wouldn't be acceptable by Lucari diplomatic standards. But if she intends to uplift him anew, as she said, perhaps she only meant to conceal Director Hugh's biosigns from her security system.
You are impossibly naive.
Ethereum customs could be wildly different from mine or yours. Perhaps this is not as transgressive as it seems.
No, what's transgressive is what we did last night. This is screwed up.
I agree. Let's input the console code so we can move on and beam in some backup. The coordinates might be a little off as we are unfamiliar with the Harmony's exotic interdimensional topography. Beam-in could be delayed, and the exact arrival position unknown.
Fingers crossed?
Admiral Kumarke to the Riskava. We are requesting backup aboard the Harmony. Director Hugh is down. I repeat, Director Hugh is down.
I don't like this, was the actual line.
Admiral Kumarke, this is Ensign Varunte reporting in. We have notified both of your crews. We're struggling to get a lock on your position. We'll beam someone down as soon as we can.
Copy that, Varunte. Right. Let's not waste a moment.
Warp Core, I don't know what the hell they're going to say next. I haven't done all this stuff before. And B, how would I even have all of this stuff memorized that well? My memory is not that good. I have good memory, not that good a memory.
That's Director Hughes' other officer.
Which they just left in the corridor. By himself, unattended.
Let's stabilize them and beam them out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, by the way, we can beam people out just fine. We've done it twice now. So, you know.
Watch out! Control Borg ahead!
I'm sure glad we came down without our crew. Whew, thank God. Really need them.
Unsurprisingly, this room is also on lockdown. We'll need to figure out how to move on without a recording of Tarsin Faye's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We could
Did you...
look around. Any insight into the Ethereans could be valuable to us.
Did you seriously just have a brief combat section of, like, 2 level 1 nobodies before we get right back to this kind of stuff?
What an incredible astrometrics laboratory. I never imagined Ethereans to be galactic strategists, though.
I just... okay.
Perhaps they are less quick to trust others than I had originally thought. This star chart shows an array of interlinked gateways placed across a vast number of alternate dimensions.
You know what?
Fascinating. I haven't seen many other species use gateways as a means of transportation.
I have! Recently, even. I agree with Mr. Red. You know what this feels like? And once again, I kind of mean this as an insult. This feels like someone making this mission for the first time, as if they've never worked with this engine before and never worked with these dev tools before. Which makes sense, because they haven't. Right? This is the kind of thing you put together, you know, in your own time to learn how the engine works. To learn how triggers work, to learn how spawn things work, to learn how puzzle connectors work, to learn how sequencers work, to learn how scripting works, right? That's exactly... Yeah, this is 1-1, Javan. Think about it. Think about what we've done from a gameplay perspective for a second. Throw the story stuff out the window. Easy to do. And just think about, okay, so first we zoom in and we interact with a thing, and then we interact with a thing, and we move that thing to another location, thus acknowledging that we have moved a thing into an area. Then we beam down, interact with a few other things, and we have to use the dialog box to select in the right order. And you see it, right? We have a sequence where we interact with a thing, and then enemies spawn right in front of us, and then once those are taken down, we go back to this thing, and so forth and so on, right? Like this is 1-1. Thank you, Captain Zeus, for being a part of my terrible, terrible show. I will jot that down right now. Oh, Or, let's see, Borderlands 2, Bioshock 2, and Alan Wake. You got it. Much obliged. As a reminder, Alan Wake 2 might be vetoed. I've been trying to tell everyone about that if they're not aware, because it is currently an Epic exclusive, which can go straight to hell. So, just as a heads up. Yeah, this is a long episode. Granted, I've paused periodically to, you know, try to make this entertaining. I admittedly haven't checked lately, Captain Zeus, but last I checked, they flat out stated they were never leaving Epic Store. We'll see. We'll see. After the great cybernetic onslaught, the Doctrine too evolved. Military tactics no longer concerned themselves with redacted, as those who could not see the light were redacted. Instead, the all-knowing ether has brought us countless victories, some more noteworthy than others. Redacted, the target species, proved to be
cybernetic onslaught. It seems these military texts describe the battle the Etherians fought against the Borg, as well as other civilizations. This retelling is much less grim than I would have imagined. Didn't they say the Borg decimated their entire universe?
I think you're right, Warpcore. I think this one really is just that long. Hey, Nightwing. I hope your day is going well. Fallout, New Vegas, 4X games, RPGs. You got it. Appreciate you. Thank you. The whole universe, Evo. The whole universe decimated by the Borg. You see, space is small. If there's one thing I know, it's that space is minuscule. It's tiny. There's a reason that it took everyone, like, what? It was like 5 minutes to get back from the Delta Quadrant. Actually, in fairness, it did only take them 7 years to get back from the Delta Quadrant.
Perhaps the military texts hold the key to our exit. That's it. Well done.
So there were two options. No penalty for getting the wrong option. And also, you know how I knew it was the second one? Because the second one wasn't the default. Through unity, we are strong.
Lead the way.
I cannot believe how long this
Rogue
is.
security system constructs up ahead.
Oh, yeah, there's another spawner. Different type of enemy this time. And now they're doing multi-spawners. Are you seeing this? You seeing this, Javan? In case those of you at home didn't catch that, they've been doing a scripted trigger. They did a scripted trigger there for the first time, by the way, in this episode, where we defeated enemies, and that defeat of the previous group caused the next spawn to happen. Now, that's old tech when it comes to STO, but it's the first time we've seen it in this mission. One moment, Logue. Takes me a while to type your name. There we go. So many underscores. My goodness. Okay, so Rogue Trader, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Company of Heroes, right? I think 1, 8, 15. I'm just gonna say Company of Heroes. I think we're good. Maybe. Yes. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Logan. Always appreciate being a part of my show, even though we disagree on everything.
Look out! Control Borg heading our way.
And now there's okay. So we've got a new spawn.
From other sections of the ship.
Okay. Cool. Pressing. There's another scripted one. All right. I'm with it so far. I'm with it.
Are these Etherian living quarters? Oddly enough, it sort of looks familiar.
Really? No, you said company, not Company of Heroes, and it took me a moment to process what company meant. Look, I'm an idiot, Look. You have to understand. Talk down to me like I'm in kindergarten. Just like this episode has been doing. Can you see the company of heroes? Where are they? Where are they?
Look out! Control Borg heading our way!
Yeah, try to make Kumarke less sexy, endearing, and generally interesting as a character. All three of those separately. Don't worry, I'll wait. That's a good point, Warp Core. I play video games all day, every day. I'm an idiot. Clearly. Well, maybe all day is a bit of an exaggerative, but you get the point.
Oh my. It's a whole wall of Grendat Bexes. But why?
I actually know what this is.
Perhaps this is how Etherians honor their fallen.
Yeah, each one of these is based off of one of the people who was fired at Cryptic. Yeah. This is the monument for all the people who we lost. It's this big. I'm not going to go through all of them. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that list. I wonder whose idea this was. You know? Like, that's... I said it before. It's basically all of Cryptic was nuked. All except for two or three people. Let's see. Hang on. Where is... Here we go. This is what I want. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Kings and Queens. Axiom. Here we go. So I can just pull up a list. Yeah, here we go. John Hegner, who was the senior content designer. Jonathan Herlesh, who was the lead systems designer. Christian Griffith, who was the quality assurance. The only quality assurance? Okay, no, we had several quality assurance. Nick DeGuide, who was lead environment artist. Roger Morone, Luna, and Lauren, who were the lead morale support. Joe Harrington, who was senior systems designer. Jesse Heinig, who was content lead. Paul Reed, who was the senior writer. Ryan Levitt, who was the senior content designer. Justin Laird, who was lead producer. Not Applicable, who was not applicable. Anna Polito, who was the interface designer. Scott Boyd, who was the lead environment artist. Great stuff, by the way. One of my few things I have no complaints about in this game. Gianna Rockwell, who was actually the environment artist. Once again, great job. Jade Hagen, QA test analyst. Tim Olson, who was the QA lead. Matthew Wilhelm, who was the quality assurance on the quality assurance team. Jeremy Heimel, who was another quality assurance lead. Al Rivera, who was a lead designer. Flo McQuibben and the content team, who worked on the senior narrative designers and content designers. Mauricio Tejerina, who was the ship artist. Another person who does great work. Travis Stadelman, who was the lead software engineer. Kyle Gunther, who was the QA test analyst. Mike Fatum, who was the community manager. And Amelia March, who was character artist. May you move on to a better game and a better studio that deserves you. I have many complaints about your game, but I have loved this game for over a decade. I think so. Does this get a story positive? That's a weird one. I usually don't give positives for meta stuff. Like, we specifically didn't do that in World of Warcraft, for example, with all the monuments that exist in WoW. And there are several. So I think we will continue to go with that trend.
I'm picking up life signs nearby. Admiral Kumar K to the Rescava, requesting an immediate status report.
But I did want to take a moment to acknowledge that.
Admiral Kumarke, this is Ensign Varunte reporting in. We've got a lock on your position. Who should we send in?
How about my death squad?
Understood. I'll send the coordinates over to your team. They should be with you soon.
Cool.
And Ensign? Tell them to be careful, please. This ship is packed with Borg.
Something we've never faced before. A few days ago in lore. And today in real life.
It seems the Etherians use these energy portals to get from one level of their ship to the next. I wonder how many there are aboard the Harmony.
And how incredibly inefficient and problematic that is of a way of getting around your frickin' ship.
In any case, this Etherian portal is already open.
Here goes nothing. It's actually a disintegrator.
Admiral Kumarke, this is Ensign Varunte. Did the crew make it?
They did, and not a moment too soon, Varunte. I'm picking up life signs further ahead on this deck of the ship. Localized interference makes them hard to identify, but it could be Director Hugh and Tassin Fay. I'll be right behind you.
Hey, squad. Get your triples out. I don't hear triples. Wow, they're not using them. That's kind of strange. All right, whatever.
It seems there are no data nodes in this room. And still no signs of Director Hugh or Tassin Fay. Without the recordings and console codes, we'll need to rely on environmental information alone to move forward.
Okay.
Let's try the console at the end of the room.
I've got a gun.
Hydroponics parts? Is this a sick bay or a science lab? Nothing here. We'll have to keep looking. Rogue security system incoming! Our console interaction must have activated that.
Deal with it.
They're stronger than the last ones. Well done. Quite the interruption. Now, where were we?
You know, I feel extremely bad for this actress who had to sit down either at her desk or in a booth for probably several hours just for this one quest. And it's just line after line of drivel. As a reminder, I like Kumar. Like, I'm joking about the wife thing, but I do really like her as a character. She's one of my favorite original characters in STO. Through Redacted, we are redacted.
It does seem like a line from Tassin Fay's axiom. Through harmony we are secure, through unity we are strong. Perhaps the redactions are an added security measure. The words seem to have been superimposed with others that cannot be translated. Not unlike a palimpsest. But if this line reads anything like the other two, then I'm not sure why a redaction is needed.
Also, the name of the episode is Axiom. Usually STO episode names are actually pretty clever, like the Fujiwara Effect was actually a really clever name for that episode. Or Redshift, or Blue Shift for that matter. But this?
Me neither. Not in any of my interactions with Tassin Fay. Either way, this unfortunately doesn't help us unlock the door.
The axiom is law. The axiom is life. Though the ether prescribes it cannot be denied, our extensive studies of other species has made a significant contribution to doctrine, and for that the ether rewards us with ascension. The Tal Shiar, in particular, served as... Oh my god, game.
This is a partial biomedical display of Etherian energy readings. These readings indicate the presence of enhanced sensory organs, regenerative internal probes, and an energy-based core. It looks like the Etherian anatomical composition is 70% biological, 30% mechanical, and the rest of the data is missing.
Let's move on then.
Perhaps there's another console in this room that contains the access code to the door. Heads up! Rogue security system incoming again! Predictable, I suppose.
Thank you for the again game. Actually, yeah, Asmira Star. We need to get Kamarka the hell out of this nonsense.
Oh, I'm glad that's over. Let's try another console.
Wouldn't be the first time we've played a game recently where some evil real-life corporate jackass was written into the game as a way for the writers to vent about the working conditions they were under. Wow, excuse me.
That's it! The door is open!
Okay, now say that again, but with slightly more enthusiasm than as if you actually found another piece of lettuce on your hamburger.
I'm detecting a lifetime. Cognitive functions are compatible with the cooperative Borg. We're getting closer. What is this place?
Oh, it definitely became a thing later, Mr. Ed, 100%. Cataclysm Galowix was not Bobby Kotick.
Director Hugh!
Okay, piece of lettuce, we talked about this.
We better check his vitals.
It's almost subtle.
The director's life signs are stable, but he's been put into a stasis. Scans show the pods are equipped with an integrated dispenser valve and a medical interface connected to the ship's console system. We should be able to wake the director up by using a console command to activate the pod's dispenser. We just need to modify the output to release some sort of powerful stimulant.
Like Cortazine?
That would do it.
I can also slap him.
Look out! It's the Etherian security system!
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I already have my pretty firm guess about what's going on here. But, like, the longer this goes on, the more I'm doubting myself, because they just keep dragging this out.
The director's pod must have alerted them. Hardly catch a break, can we? Let's activate the pod's dispenser.
Beep.
Excellent! The Cordrazine should kick in shortly. It looks like getting out of this pod from the inside is the tricky part. From out here, it should be relatively simple.
Agreed. Rather than opening it, unlocking it, or even smashing it, we're going to do a localized EMP burst, because this is Star Trek, goddammit, and we're going to nonsense our way through every problem.
Excellent idea. Not my speciality, though, I'm afraid. Indeed, we could target the control panel with a localized EMP to fry the locking mechanism. We could also recalibrate the control panel to bypass security parameters altogether.
Or we could just decipher the code.
The choice is yours.
Oh, apparently I will be deciphering. So apparently EMP is actually tactical, Flagant. Recalibrate is engineering. I'm doing deciphering.
Let's give it a try.
Yeah, she's in the wrong setting for nonsense to not be her speciality.
That's it! We can open the pod.
Oh yeah, there's your tutorial, Javan, for acknowledging the class that the player is. This just came out 2 months ago, Flagant. Oh, here we go. This is it.
Director Hugh. Are you okay?
Where are my officers?
They're safe. They're on the Rescava. We beamed them out, but we've yet to find Tassin
Forget Faye. We need to get off this ship. I'm worried about Tassin Faye too, but not the way you are. The Ethereans? They've been lying to us.
No!
Here. Look.
Or you can tell us this when we're off the ship. Like, is
It's
this
the
the time for
missing
this?
data from the Etherean lab.
Through harmony, we are secure.
These biosigns.
Through unity, we are strong.
I don't understand. They're consistent with...
Really taking too long on this.
Borg. Yes.
Yeah.
But also...
Through fusion, we are victorious.
So they're the Borg. They're the Borg. They're Iconian Borg. Of course they are! Duh!
Look out! It's getting away!
Yeah, I called this immediately.
A problem for later. Its escape has triggered some kind of red alert. Shields are up.
Damn, there goes our plan of beaming out.
There might be another way.
Yeah, their universe got hit with the synthesis.
Not
Here's
the
the
way I
question.
usually greet
Did the
an ally.
Iconian consume the Borg or vice versa?
But I suppose this is somewhat of a unique situation. I'll save the details of my gratitude for later. Needless to say, I owe you one. As for our escape plan, the Ray's shields do pose a problem. However, during my brief time aboard the Etherean ship, I learned that beaming out might not be the only option at our disposal.
Okay, now, I want you to do me a favor and sound like you didn't just die of narcolepsy, okay?
Right. The Harmony's wall structures act as data nodes that store recordings of past events that have happened aboard the ship. We reverse-engineered the nodes in order to play them back, much like a holo recording.
Actually, Director, your neutralization was the last recording I watched. It was wonderful.
Your creativity is commendable. Well, however daunting that must have seemed, Tassin Faye's neutralization wasn't as effective.
Oh my god, listen to this actor
It
struggling
looks
with
like
this.
the Ethereans don't know enough about liberated Borg biology to knock us out entirely. Not yet, anyway. While I was being carried through the Etherean lab, slipping in and out of consciousness, I managed to send out a nanoprobe I had pre-programmed to scout for situational intel.
Oh, right, the missing data.
Correct. This nanoprobe retrieves key data that is considered either useful or harmful. In this case, that included the hybrid Borg and Iconian biological composition of the Ethereans, which the probe classified as potentially harmful. However, that's not all. The nanoprobe also detected massive energy spikes coming from a room on this level, up ahead. The energy type is consistent with the one emitted by the ship's portals. My guess is gateway technology.
Okay, pause. Let me try to say that in a way that doesn't sound like his brain was just replaced by a jar of slugs, okay? Ahem. The Iconians, as you know, are very much specialized in gateway technology. My guess is we can find a gateway and use it to get off their ship.
It could be Iconian. Hard to say. Your guess is as good as mine. Most importantly, my intelligence suggests the Etherians are not on their side. Or ours. At least not for now.
For now?
Well, as a liberated Borg, or XB, as we used to call ourselves, I have hope that any civilization or individual might be open to reform. If they are anything like the Borg, or ancient Iconians we know of, then there might be a way to help them. But this isn't a hypothesis I'll live to test out if we don't get moving. That's a lesson I learned the hard way on another mission. So let's table this talk for a safer environment.
What? Sorry, I fell asleep waiting for you. Jesus Christ! What was that line reading? That was trash! That was trash! I'm sorry, if one of my actors gave me that line, I'd be like, okay, hold up. just hold up. Are you okay?
Let's get out of here before more pots explode.
How much did you drink last night? There are no limits. Nars, that's not how that works. No limits on positives, no limits on negatives.
The Harmony's defenses have locked the path behind us. The only way onward is forward. Call me Hugh. I've spent far too many stardates as a nameless.
Hugh it is. What are those?
Who cares? Let's go. Let's go.
We got company.
But I'm vibrating through the wall. Oh my god. I thought we were allies with these people.
Typically, I recommend setting phasers to stun, but that's a dance with simulation I'd rather avoid, Admiral.
What?
Another hostile wave of Etherians incoming.
Yeah, Hugh? Blink once if you're being held hostage.
Well done.
Oh god, imagine this, but every combat sequence takes about 4 times as long, because I'm not set up to absolutely destroy everything.
Alright, let's go.
My nanoprobe is detecting elevated levels of gamma radiation nearby.
Hold up. Your nanoprobe? I get what you mean by that sentence, but actually think about that for a second. There's one nanoprobe. One! Over here, like up in his left shoulder. That's like, boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Oh my god! Okay. Yeah, no, that one thing. The nanoprobe. The nanoprobe. Boom. His name's Steve. He's played by Jack Black.
The Harmony's core.
Granddad Bex!
Who? I mean, it's a boss fight. What do you want to bet he's gonna have shields that we have to kill ads to break down the shield?
The Etherians have lowered some sort of fractal containment fields blocking our path.
Leave it to me. I've become quite the expert on Etherian security systems.
I don't... Okay.
Understood. We'll keep the Etherians at bay in the meantime.
You know, that's a good point.
And you shall crumble. Accept, and you shall ascend.
Another one?
This influx seems endless.
Yeah, we have this too. It's called a replicator. You had it for lunch, Hugh.
How's it looking, Admiral?
Almost there.
Yeah, no, we're good. It's just a hold the line mission. Thank God! It's just the most boring type of mission in this entire game. Whew, I was worried for a second.
The fractal containment field has been lowered.
Incredible.
Collaboration is fruitful. Why such discord in the face of harmony?
He is teleporting away. That's our chance. Let's get out of here.
That's right, we gotta train those interns on 1-1 here.
I hope you're right about that gateway technology.
It's Iconian. Marque.
A magnetic containment field protecting a cube-shaped reactor core.
Also, none of us are ever gonna have children now.
If only my tour had started in this room.
It's quite the display for a reactor core. It must be important to them.
See, part of the problem, Blade Taval, is everyone in the universe, including, once again, I feel like adding me, called that this was an Iconian Borg thing when they first showed up. And you're right, that's an engaging concept. So why is it showing up now at the end of the story arc? What was all the spinning wheels we did earlier?
It did seem too easy.
You're right, Hugh. These Grandat Vexes are beaming in with no end in sight.
There must be another way to defeat them.
I have a plan, but it's risky.
I'm all ears.
If we lower its containment field, we could fire at the reactor core to initiate a breach.
That sounds like an extremely bad idea. We'll call that Operation Dumbass, in honor of its inventor, Admiral Dumbass.
Initiate an emergency power transfer protocol. This would divert all main energy back to the core's containment field, interrupting Etherian transporters.
Unlikely to divert power from the fractal containment fields, too. A hell of a plan, Admiral.
And we'd have to backtrack into the room to carry it out.
A risk worth taking. Let's do it.
I'll get to work.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Dumas. Dumas is like, hey, it's my plan. I came up with it myself. And I'm a Ferengi for some reason. Don't ask questions. Yeah, like I would have had the Kingdom Borg just been another alternate Borg that's being eaten up by the Ethereals. And then, alright, deal with the Ethereals.
Ethereans aren't messing around.
I'm on it. Cover me. Reconfiguring security parameters.
Oh yeah, hang on, let me use my nanoprobe. Hey, Steve, you on? Hey, wake up! Okay.
How much longer, Admiral?
10 seconds.
You've got 5.
6, 7, 8.
Magnetic containment field has been lowered. Target the reactor core. Radiation levels are rising. We need to leave.
Let's go.
The control panel is malfunctioning. Cover me. I just need a couple of seconds.
Your second life awaits you, Hugh.
There. It's open. Where's Hugh?
There's something I need to do.
Radiation levels are too high. We need to leave. Emergency systems might seal this section off. This could be our last chance.
I know. That's why you should go ahead without me.
You can't save him, Hugh.
I know, but if I can get through, for even just a second...
You are wasting time you do not have on this.
I have to try.
Not on the attempt, on explaining why you have to make the attempt.
We can't leave him behind.
Grendat Bex, that's your name, right? Where's Tassine Faye?
We are Grendat Bex. We are Tassine Faye. We are all at once, and soon you shall be too.
I'd rather die than be reassimilated.
It is the only way. Uprisers shall be quelled. Deniers shall be fused. You must join us. You must ascend.
Listen, it doesn't have to be like this. My people have the means to restore your freedom.
You misunderstand. We are free. We have long been freed from the shackles of Iconian rigor, and we have taken what serves us best from the Borg. We are evolved.
See, the trouble is, I think you're free, but you're not. Everything you're saying right now, that sounds an awful lot like a collective I used to be a part of. You think you don't have a choice, but if you ask me, you've just forgotten how to choose.
You are mistaken. We do not choose the ether. It chooses us. We follow its path.
Well, a wise man once told me, even when you think you don't have a choice, there always is one. I might not be able to help you now, but maybe I'll be able to help you one day. No one is beyond redemption.
Which is why you just disintegrated him, of course.
We need to leave now.
I'm sorry.
You know, that's true, play turbo. And we're done with STO. Woo!
Follow me.
Sure, I mean, it's not like we're in a hurry. Let me hang on real quick. Let me give a couple other cutscene negatives for that. There we go. Give a pacing negative for that. All right. Yeah, the score is just slowly sliding down. Can someone look up STO's golden number right now? Because I'm curious what it used to be. No, Tor's done, Spartan.
Incredible. An entire bay of gateways.
Kumarke, they're Iconians.
Admiral Kumarke, I've been told your scientific expertise lies in stellar stabilization and planetary restoration. How do you fare with gateway stabilization and remodulation?
You are in luck. These aren't too dissimilar from the Tourette system gateway we encountered recently. I should be able to modify one of the gateway's frequencies to match the coordinates of our ships.
Can we go?
Perfect. In the meantime, I'll send out a call to the cooperative for additional backup. If my earlier distress signal worked, then the Yasutake should already be waiting for my return.
The Rescava is on standby. Right. I'll get started on the gateway.
No, I caught it, Blade Default, and I'm trying not to lie when
More hostile Ethereans incoming.
I know it sounds like I'm lying, but what I'm trying to do is remember the exact point in time at which I recognized it, because it wasn't immediately. But I'm going to be honest, my brain is so mush right now, I'm having trouble remembering the sequence of events that we went through today. That's sort of where I'm at right now. Is I'm trying to understand what we've done today. In fact, actually, hang on. Let me pull up the wiki here really quick. Let's just do this. I wouldn't call this nostalgia bait. I would call this terrible. I love these giant waves of death that are just everywhere.
We are victorious.
Yep. I'm just going to spawn a nanite swarm. That shouldn't do anything to you, but you know what? At this point, I don't even care. Worst writing in the game I've encountered? Well, I played Secret of the Stars. But I think it's actually Starfield overall. Alright, let's see. Star Trek. Wiki. The good one, please. Thank you. Y'all got this, right? Okay, cool. Let's see. Episodes. Here we go. Kings and Queens. Oh. Here we go. Glitch. Glitch.
Nicely done, Admiral Camarque. Well, no time to waste. Let's see if this gateway takes us to our ships as intended. See you on the other side.
Why would you even... Why does that line of dialogue exist? Okay, so there's Wish Upon a Star, which I did, obviously. And then Taken by Surprise. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I don't think this was it. You know, that's a good question, John. No, maybe it was. I think it was the second mission, Taken by Surprise. It's whenever we had the briefing in Deep Space Nine. When they showed up and were like, hi, here we are, giving our exposition. And it was like, okay, that's the Iconians. And it's the Iconian Borg because, you know, harmony as opposed to conquest. Okay, cool. If I hadn't guessed it then, I would say the later point, the point at which most people are probably supposed to pick up on it, is the moment we go back and we help the Iconians, the alternate dimension Iconians. Because it's pretty obvious that they tapped that particular thing as strongly as they did to try and make sure that players were remembering the Iconians existed so that the big reveal could hit. What gave it away? I don't know how to explain that, I guess. So they're tall, thin, floating people who, like, are green and speak of the harmony, and in harmony we are unity. And so my very first thought, back in the day, was just that they were alternate Borg. But when I actually saw one in person, it's like, oh, okay, so they're Borg Iconians. Yeah, they have very similar speech patterns, they have some very similar modulation. You get it. Like, they're coded, is what we call that. They were coded as Iconians. This episode started just having giant blinking walls about it.
Let's check in with the Rescava.
Oh yeah, the other thing that made me think they were the Borg, not the Iconians, the Borg, was their ships. Their ships are pyramids. Yeah, big shape, geometric-oriented ships as opposed to any kind of design. Yeah, no, they're Borg. Cool. Moving on.
Loud and clear. It's good to see you both back on your ships. But this isn't over quite yet. The Harmony is hailing us.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. I did not think about that, Carolinas. You're right. Iconian ships are the inverted pyramids, and those are Borgified Iconian ships. So yeah, you're right.
Friends, this truly has been a grave misunderstanding.
Your eyes.
Evidence of our Iconian heritage, yes.
What? Why did you hide your true form from us?
To protect you from your own assumptions, of course. For your own benefit, on your path to a greater truth. The only truth. We seek not to harm you, but to welcome you. As we eventually did with the Borg.
We stand on the precipice of a new era, led by the Ether.
Both of these dialogue options are stupid.
And we can be. Today's events are a testament to our strength in dealing with unforeseen adversity. We can be more than a united front, more than allies. We can be one. Do you not recall our axiom? Through harmony, we are secure. Through unity, we are strong. Through fusion, we are victorious.
Okay, I'm going to read that out loud because I imagine some of you literally can't hear that. So I said, we were supposed to be a unified front, and she says, we are and we can be. Today's events are a testament to the strength in dealing with unforeseen adversity. We can be more than a unified front, more than allies. We can be one. Do you not recall our axiom? Through harmony we are secure, through unity we are strong, through fusion we are victorious. That last line was never included in the axiom.
Was it not our mistake?
Uh-huh.
There must be a diplomatic way forward, even after today. Tassine Faye, my people and I, we can help you. The Cooperative advocates for the free Borg. Our reclamation methods are consistently evolving and improving, and yet the core of our mission remains the same. A liberated Borg does not rid themselves of their past. They simply dare to challenge it.
Tassine Faye, I strongly suggest you consider this offer. It might be the only chance you get before the galaxy turns against you for your duplicity.
Yeah, gee, I'm sure the Iconian Borg are very scared of us.
The galaxy will turn against itself long before it turns against us. We will watch from afar as factions burn and tear each other apart. It is foretold. The Ether will be ready to welcome those who survive.
So I'm going to read that out loud, too. The galaxy will turn against itself long before it turns against us. We will watch from afar as factions burn and tear each other apart. It is foretold. The Ether will be ready to welcome those who survive. Your rejection of perfection is disappointing. We were hoping you would see the light. But you are not the first friends of ours who have refused ascension. Like everyone else from our dimension, you shall undergo fusion. It is inevitable. We have learned from the best about deception. We have been watching you for centuries. It's a shame that all of this ends now. Your individuality has been most intriguing, but it is useless nonetheless. Soon we shall be fused and you will know perfection.
Your ship is compromised, Tassine Faye. Stand down.
Yes, that's right. They've been watching us for centuries.
You are no friend to me. Friends do not force others to join the collective.
Yes, Joe. Actually, if you think about it, and this is very non-Trek thematically, but logically speaking, most alternate dimensions of the multiverse should probably eventually fall to the Borg. Like, the Prime Universe probably should be one of the exceptions to the rule, where the Borg were actually stopped.
Looks like the Ethereans also called for backup.
Think about it.
The Harmony has severed our comms link.
They do. Hey, Warrior? Yeah, Warrior Light. Uh-huh. I don't know, tacos. I know it's not Tuesday. I don't care. Look, screw the tacos. I got a favor to ask you. Huh? Yeah, they're nothing fancy. Like, they can teleport, I guess. They've got big ships. I don't know what happens when you punch one. I'm not you. Huh? Well, I don't know. Hey, Kumarke, what do you think would happen if the Warrior of Light punched one of their ships?
The Harmony's repairs are nearing completion. Brace yourself.
Okay. She said something unrelated about repairs. Don't worry about her, okay? Yes, that Kumarke. Shut up. Don't make fun. Dude, the thing she does with her... Okay, you know what? You don't want to know this. Point being, could you get over here and just, like, punch these gods to death for me, please? Thanks.
The harmony is misbehaving.
Reality vortices? I thought only the Mirror Borg used those.
Let her go. This is just the beginning.
Control Borg incoming!
Yeah. Should have led with that, apparently.
Let them through a reality vortex!
So she didn't need to cooperate with help after more deception.
Serious boy all along?
Yep, the Ethereans have been behind everything.
Spilling through our universe as a complication and a cover-up? Another wave of Control Borg incoming!
Our records suggest getting others to do their dirty work is a well-known Iconian practice.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Can confirm.
I'm impressed. The fight's not over yet.
You sure about that? Meanwhile, the Iconian ship ends up in its other dimension. The Warrior of Light's just there, in space, hovering there, waiting for it.
Vortices are closing!
Giant axe.
Up on our side.
I've made the call. Any moment now. Your perseverance reminds me of a friend of mine. Never took no for an answer.
Yeah, they've had the axe just ready to go for several minutes now.
Hull integrity.
The Borg start hearing boss music and they're like, what is that? What the heck? I would never unleash Hildebrand on anyone. I am not that cruel. Surely this is the last battle. Surely, 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 surely. Ula's not the big bad. She's the savior of the universe. That sounds like a joke.
Time never hurts. However, Tassine Faye is still out there somewhere, and what she said about the galaxy turning against itself may be true. Reports of Borg incursions are multiplying by the stardate, with an unusual increase in infighting among Control, Mirror, and Prime Borg.
This is the story arc you're setting up for your new thing under Dika. 3 separate groups of Borg who are just running rampant across the galaxy. This is what you're going for. Ragnarok, Star Trek edition.
Right. We may well and truly be on the precipice of a new era, as Tassine Faye said, one of a multiversal war.
Ugh. Okay.
For now, let's return to safety and regather our strength. More Ethereans could arrive unannounced at any moment. I will mask our warp signatures so we can return safely. A little trick I picked up during my unfortunate time in captivity many years ago. Once we're out of harm's way, I'll contact you to send over any information the Cooperative has on the Ethereans.
Okay.
Oh, before you leave, I wanted to thank you for coming to my aid. There was a time in which a person like you might have left a liberated Borg like me behind. I'm touched to see this is no longer the case. Though we are no longer the most despised people in the galaxy, forging alliances is still a delicate endeavor for us. This means a lot to me, and the Cooperative.
Dude, we've had liberated Borg in lore at this point for like 20 years. You guys are part of Starfleet at this point.
Today was eventful, to say the least. But I'm thankful I had you by my side through it all. We make quite the team. It only pains me that Tassine Faye was never really part of it.
Yep, the Tholians were right all along.
Yes, the Tholians never really took to the Etherians, did they? In any case, I must return so I can forward Director Hughes' intel to the Lucari Concordium when I receive it.
Oh god, Javin, I don't know, man.
Reporting the possibility of a multiversal war with the Borg to our superiors will be an interesting conversation. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We really are. Kira White Knight's put this perfectly. We are a regional, interstellar power. Even the Alliance, which is the combination of like all the major Alpha and Quadrant powers. We are a regional power fighting 2 galactic threats and 1 pan-galactic threat. Actually, yeah, Javin, that... What?
Did your warp out also malfunction? How odd. This happened to me recently on another Lucari ship. I'll be sure to report it.
Guys,
Try that again. Stay safe out there.
do you remember how we willingly installed a whole bunch of Iconoborg tech on all of our ships? You remember that, right? I extremely disagree with that, look. The amount of explored space we have in Trek, even if we count all of the major powers, is a speck.
Here's the intel we gathered on the Aetherians. It appears they are alternate universe Iconians, who fused with the Borg to forgo assimilation.
Yeah.
An event as yet unheard of.
Yeah.
Iconian technology and knack for deception has also been cause for great concern. Multiple reports of cooperative ship malfunctions after first contact with the Aetherians have now surfaced. Lastly, during my time aboard the Harmony, I overheard Tassine Faye speak of the creature that escaped. I activated my translator just in time to hear her call it the Chimeran specimen. That's all I have for now. I'll reach out if anything changes. Do not hesitate to do the same, should you need us.
So, hold on. We've got the Chimera, which is a plot thread. The warp screw up, which apparently is unconnected with the Iconoborg, and the multiversal war, and that's our plot threads going forward. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. That's terrible, and I'm glad I don't care anymore. Peace! Oh my god. Oh my god. My brain. It's not here. So STO is dead. That sucks. That really sucks. Okay. Let me do my job here, because I'm past my cutoff time. Alright. I still gotta do the actual audit. They did! The Iconoborg killed STO. Let's see. Idiot executives killed Star Trek. And then Rick Berman killed Star Trek. And then, I guess Paramount killed Star Trek. So that's idiot executives again. And also, completely separate from all these incidents, the Iconoborg. That's not true. It was a mobile developer. Killed STO. Oh my god. Javan, why'd you kill Star Trek? Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? I mean, I'm with Bladeval. The idea of Iconian Borg is actually fascinating and terrifying. If they did anything with it. Yeah, no, I mean, so, spoilers for the earlier parts of STO. The Iconians were a foe we couldn't overcome. Like, a lot of you probably don't remember the actual Iconian War itself. Because there was literal years of build-up to the Iconian reveal. And then when we actually started fighting the Iconians one-on-one, we were losing non-stop. Like, it was a very much, we are just barely buying time as we're getting pushed back and back and back. Yeah, the Iconians rolled over us completely. And we did manage a victory there by essentially maneuvering around the problem, which was a very, very Star Trek-y kind of a thing. And that was awesome, by the way. That was great. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 additional negatives here. Yeah, we tried to weaponize time travel, which is exactly as desperate as that sounds. Spoilers, it went really badly. Yeah, we actually made things worse when we tried to weaponize time travel. If you can believe it. It was actually really good. Like, unironically, it was great. It's one of my favorite plot points in the entire game. It's not perfect because it wasn't designed in advance, but the plot point is essentially that most of the game we weren't actually in the Prime timeline. And then, when we weaponize the Krenim time thing and everything goes badly, the screw-up creates the Prime timeline, and from that point onwards, we're actually in Prime Trek, the Trek of the shows and the movies. It was great! It was so smart, the way they lined things up and made it smooth, and it made perfect sense, and it was just like, yes! That was awesome! Sorry for gushing, but I loved that story arc. Sorry, Ben One Eye. It's all over now. I know inside. No one must ever know. The sorry tale of Star Trek Online, and those who died, no one must ever know. They'd only see the tragedy. They'd not see my intent. The shadow of STO's evil would forever kill the good that I had meant. No, yeah, that's valid, Blade Taval. And considering Hugh was right there, and we know that STO is not canon with Picard. STO tries to make a lot of stuff canon within it, but they made a deliberate choice to ignore most of New Trek, and for good reason, honestly. Okay. So that's the boring audit. Thankfully, I did most of this morning. I should have been streaming. Yeah. Let me jot down some numbers. Numbers. Yeah, I actually do want to review Infinite and the Stellaris mod someday. The problem with the Stellaris mod is Stellaris itself keeps updating so rapid fire. I'm not sure how well they're keeping up with that. Like, they're completely changing core mechanics of Stellaris in the next major update. I mean, yeah, I agree with that, Justin. Which is pathetic! Well, that's when they were the first time they were sold, wasn't it, Van Falkenstein? Something like that. Okay, I need to look something up. So this means Tor... This is actually funny. For the MMOs, Tor and STO are now going to be locked in and done forever. And we're fully caught up with FF14 and WoW. So once we're caught up with Guild Wars 2 and possibly ESO, we'll be exactly where I want to be with regards to MMOs. And that will be a thing I will consider celebratory worthy. Yeah, Gearbox, that's right. They were bought up by Gearbox, and Gearbox was like, yeah, we're dumb and stupid. I believe that's their exact words. In their words, actually. Okay. I have no hope, Java. None. Zippo. Oh, I'm glad you funded this too, Justin. It's been good putting the cap on it, you know? Even regardless of the fact that the score just went down, it was still nice to cover it. Exactly, care white noise. And you know me, just because a game is bad doesn't make it not worthy of covering. Also, while I'm doing a little bit of math here, if I can just say really quick, I still recommend this game. As bizarre as that sounds, I'm walking away from it. I'm good. I'm putting STO down. but, like, there is still a fairly large chunk of really good content about right in the middle, you know? Start with the Romulan arc. I'll say this again at the end, because I know some people jump in right at the end. Start at the Romulan arc and go down, I'd say, to the end of the DS9 arc. Past that's a little bit debatable, but that chunk right there is solid. It's a little rough at the beginning, and then it just never stops getting better with a couple of irritation points as it goes. And that is well worth enjoying, and is still there. No abandoned content here. Right. Well, hang on. Let me pull up the Star Trek wiki. And let's look at the list of episodes. So, Romulan Mystery you start with. You could skip over Cardassian Struggle and Borg Advance, and honestly New Romulan. But, you know, Romulan Mystery, Solanae Dyson Sphere, Delta Quadrant, Iconian War, Yesterday's Enterprise, Future Proof, New Frontiers, Gamma Quadrant. Stop right there. Do Gamma Quadrant, then stop. It'll be really easy to tell where to stop, because the next season is called Age of Discovery, as in the one that they were forced to do because, you know, Gearbox. It sucks. Don't do that one. Age of Discovery is the beginning of the end for STO. Age of Discovery, Ja'ula's Discovery, and Klingon Civil War are all the Ja'ula arcs, the sister of T'Kuvma, as I like to call her. After that is Terran Gambit, which I think was kind of like net neutral overall. I don't know. I don't care. Someone forced them to do the Discovery thing, and it sucked. And then Kings and Queens was obviously just drivel. I can also recommend doing a couple of other side stuff, the biggest one being the Kabali Crisis. That's a good one. Yeah, Terran Gambit was, polish this up and it would be pretty solid. Alright, it's okay, it'll all be wrapped up in just the next episode. What do you want about? Hold the line! Alright. Audit time. I'm gonna go quiet for a second because I want to pay attention to this. Yeah, we'll see the next episode in 6 months. Or 14. Or never. There is no guarantee they're continuing. At all. Isn't that great? Isn't it awesome how we don't even know if the story's continuing? Yeah, the final episode is the Iconoborg just kind of roll over everything, and that's it. Listen. You don't want the truth, Ross. You can't handle the truth. You mean the devs who don't work there anymore because they were fired, Benoit and I? Because you're right, I know what you mean. They do just have a calendar. To my knowledge, they don't have a calendar. Don't quote me on that. I have not done a deep dive on it. I have not found anything obvious about a calendar. I need to actually do the audit here. Sorry, give me a sec. Oh, wow. I never gave... This is why we do the audits. I never gave pluses for space combat. Why we audit. This is exactly why we do this. I'm giving 3 pluses for core combat for space combat. It's fun. I have never gotten bored of it. Oh, yeah. Tell you what, I'll let you still guess if you haven't guessed already. This is for all of STO you're guessing. Not just, you know, this arc. It has gotten more ridiculous recently, which is a damn shame, honestly. I remember the days when just getting... So, way back in the day, like, this is Solanae era, right? Right after the Romulan stuff. Pax and I had a 1-2 punch, which was a great combo. He was, like, nothing but torpedoes, and the spread torpedo, I forget what it is, torpedo volley, I want to say. And I was nothing but beams and fire at will. My job was getting their shields down, his job was killing them. And that actually worked really well. It was fun. Nowadays, we just both kill whatever. You know? Because we're both death machines. Now, granted, we did spend some time building our builds, and that was fun. But, yeah. See you around, Jobbin. Sleep well, sleep long. Get a falafel or something for me. Or on me, you know what I mean. It just occurred to me, we didn't even see Kamarke until the post-Iconian stuff. She showed up right at the right in the breather section after that, which led to the Zenkethi stuff, which led to the DS9 stuff. She's still awesome, I stand by it. And I don't just mean in bed. Although I'd be happy to tell you about that. So, let's see. Nah, Kamarke is cool. She is cool. I like her. It's actually funny. Several MMOs have several sequels, but especially MMOs have this thing where they need to like get away from legacy characters, and when they're allowed to invent new characters, oftentimes those characters kind of, you know, are awesome, especially if they're persistent characters. Like Lillian Voss is the obvious example over in WoW, but honestly, Varrock Saurfang is another example from WoW, right? He was invented in vanilla. A lot of people tend to forget, and Lillian came out in Kata. Yeah, that's true. We've had brand new characters in War Within who have just kind of nailed it. I mean, the Weaver, hello? Replayability. What do y'all think? I actually already have my own mental answer here, but I'm curious what you think. I think I nominated AC6 for worst HUD. I kind of started ignoring it after a certain point and just kind of going off of mental timing. See, so I'm going to go ahead and say no personally to replayability, but I want to explain why. There's parts of FF14 that I enjoy quite a bit, and I enjoy replaying. But as we discussed when we were doing that, that's not really a replay positive, is that? That's like saying I would give a replay positive to Dragon Age Inquisition. Like, there's parts of DAI that I actually rather enjoy and would enjoy replaying someday. But the whole game? I don't feel like going into it, if that's okay, on Falkenstein. Tiny text, tiny indicators, bad color distinction. I don't know what you want from me. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of the FF10 problem, which almost assuredly will also not be getting a replay positive. Which kind of sucks, because there are parts of FF10 I really like replaying, but that's kind of how that works, right? Either way, no. Which means our gameplay score is locked in. Let's see. At a net negative 15. That's not as bad as I thought. Holy crap. That sounds bad. But honestly, that's better than I was expecting. No offense, STO. But Falkenstein, I'm going to link you a picture, and then I'm going to drop this. This is what the game's HUD looks like, right? It's light blue against light blue and dark gray. And keep in mind the sheer speed at which you move around in that game. No, I stand by that. That color distinction is trash. Alright, let's see. Oh, there it is. That is Armored Core 6. A game we just finished not too long ago. I mean, have you seen what Tor... Someone do me a favor. What was Tor's final gameplay score? Its net gameplay score, please? While I'm doing this really quick here. I have no idea, Trihexia. I don't know what that involves. It depends, as is always the question. Negative 18. That's way better than I thought it would be. Wow. Okay, negative 204. That's more like it. Yes, thank you. Negative 204. That's my answer to you, Evo, about why negative 15 is such an improvement for STO. A game this old, this buggy, this burdened by this much spaghetti code. Negative 15 is impressive. That is an accomplishment, and I mean that. No hyperbole. Twitch, could you stop screwing with my connection to Germany, please? Thanks. Appreciate you. Well, I could see that, Loke. Do you like all of Tor better than all of STO? Because that's what the review means, of course. Do you like going and doing the side missions as a trooper? Yeah, Tor's story was still really high. Tor's story score was still really high. It's scory. Twitch is just like, death to Europe. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Bezos actually thought that. He is a CEO and therefore a psychopath pretty much by default. Oh, I have all that separate, Ben, won't I? I kept track of the Republic stuff, the Sith stuff, I think the vanilla stuff, and then each class quest separately. I kept track of all of those. I don't think I like Trek or Wars better than the other, Luke. So I would say not applicable there. You know, it'd be funny. Someday when I do plan to actually cover the movies, it'll be interesting to see which bundle of movies scores better. Star Trek 1 through 10 or Star Wars 1 through 9. Who do you think would win that? Because I actually think that's going to be closer than you'd think at first glance, when you really think about it. Like on Star Trek side, you've got 5, 7, 9, and 10. And then on the Star Wars side, you have 1, 2, 7, 8, and 9. But on the Star Trek side, you also have 2, 4, 6, and 8. On the Star Wars side, you have 3, 4, and 5. And kind of 6. No, I think Star Trek 1 was dull, Warp Core. Oh, I would. God, I hate Generations. Sorry. No offense to anybody who likes Generations. Every time I've gone back through that film, including the most recent run for the lore run, oh, it was awful. Except for the first 10 minutes. I'm not going to do Rogue One, and I'm not going to do any of the Abrams films. I mean, I haven't even had time to do a single movie yet. I'm not going to add more to my workload. And it's just for fun. I'm just doing it for myself. Nobody else cares. Fun fact, I've seen every Star Trek from 4 to 10 in theaters. Oh, Mr. Red, it was awful. It was awful. You're on, Giga. About an hour, Warp Core. That, I don't know. I did have a very short lunch, yes. Looking forward to. No. I think that's it. I think that's everything. I mean, that's the theme, Mr. Red. What do you want from me? Alright, so you've had a minute to get your guesses in. I'm going to go ahead and lock down the guessing game now. Oh, geez. Nobody uses the guessing game anymore. It's like 8 people. I mean, if memory serves, the opening of Andromeda is terrible. I should know, because I still have a clip of it that it's one of my most viewed clips to this day, making fun of how terrible it is. And then I will be Archon. All of Andromeda is not terrible by memory. That's almost the problem, really. Yeah, I know, Traxy. They're gone! Dead. Dead to the universe. Plus 73 to story. Less than I'd like, but still very solid. Let's do a little math. We'll find out, won't we, Luke? I apologize. I don't want to mess anything up. So I'm kind of taking my time here. Okay. This is Stellaris music, yes. Score did change. Yeah, I'm just doing a few calculations really quick here. Ladies and gentlemen, Star Trek Online. Plus 73 to story, which ironically puts it kind of down the list as far as MMOs go. But that's just because MMOs tend to have lots and lots of opportunities for story positives and therefore tend to have them. That's still solid. That is 0.53, so about a half a positive per hour, and a ratio of 62.9%, which is kind of bad. That is definitely below average, but it's still above 0, so that's good. That is to say 50. Gameplay, negative 15. That's actually pretty good for the MMOs we have listed, which is really pathetic when you think about it. That's like, in fact, here, let me actually line this up really quick here. Yeah, negative 15 puts it just below average as far as gameplay. That's just, wow. That is about 0.1 negatives per hour and a ratio of 46.51%, giving us our final golden number of, can I get a drum roll, please? Most MMOs, well, I'll tell you this, the average story positives per hour for MMOs is 2.14. That's skewed a little bit by the recent WoW stuff and the recent FF14 stuff, both of which have a lot of positives in a short period of time. 106.94. The score actually went up by about 3. Whatever. It makes sense, though. Yeah, it went up because the audit revealed a bunch of positives I'd forgotten to give. Remember, I mentioned core combat. I also forgot a few other things, which I added in as well. So the overall score inched upwards, just barely. Also had better ratios as a consequence of that. That's actually pretty solid. 106 is a good score. That's a very good score. And that is being carried heavily by the middle chunk of that content, which is actually good. You know, that's a win. That's a win. And that's not a bad way to say goodbye to Star Trek Online, ostensibly forever. It's still the worst reviewing MMO we currently have, unless you count individual expansions, which obviously we're not. But several people have asked me, to do kind of a coda thing here. Obviously, STO has been a part of my life more or less since it came out, but especially since the Romulan arc, as I've said many times. I've had a lot of fun in it. I don't regret the lore run, the review run. I don't regret playing it with my friends. The final thing I want to say, and I'm going to say this right at the end here, is I actually deliberately keep the calculations hidden, Kraken's-on, to avoid people trying to game the system. So the final thing I want to say here is I will be missed, but also you can go still play it right now. Because of the nature of how STO works, you can actually cherry pick a lot of the content you see in the game, and you could skip over most of the crap. So if anybody out there has never played this game, I actually can still recommend it even to this very day. What I recommend is you try to get to the Romulan arc as quickly as you can, and then just kind of run from that up until the end of the Gamma arc. It'll be listed, and it'll be in the episodes list as the Gamma arc. So yeah, there's no abandonment here. You can go back and enjoy all the good content now, and you can do it properly now. You know, no abandonment issues, no nothing. And I honestly recommend that if you have any interest in doing so. If you have any interest in Star Trek, or just having a fun space game. There's not many of them out there, you know? I would strongly recommend putting the game down before you start doing the Discovery stuff. Regardless of my personal opinion about New Trek, the Discovery quests are just kind of crap. And for reasons we've already discussed. It has to do with how the studio was making stuff up on the fly, didn't really know where things were going, were receiving bad support from Paramount. It was a mess. It was a mess. So those quests suck. Just don't even do them. And that's STO. It's got a great build system. You can completely bypass the monetization systems, which are terrible and awful. I highly recommend not spending money on this game, especially now, since all the people who made the great content don't work there anymore and will not get any benefit from that money, as if they ever did. But you can still do events, you can still just peruse through the game, and you could still have a perfectly viable build just by playing the game, normally. I think that's everything. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Star Trek Online. I'm gonna go grab dinner. I'll see you tomorrow for Mass Effect. Oh, actually,